When it comes to bodily health, I'm in need of a little bit of help. I started taking Athletic Greens because I felt like pre-workout but also pre-meal, I needed to get my body going and get an extra burst of energy. Athletic Greens is basically a mega multivitamin that you put into water. You down it like a shake. It tastes surprisingly good, actually. And at only $3 a day, your body is endowed with a heaping helping of everything it needs to get by. 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens. This mixture is great for your nervous and immune systems, your energy level, your focus, your gut health, and more. I have to say, I was pleasantly surprised by Athletic Greens. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred. athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 193. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend?
I'm well. I ate today, which is good.
Yes,
I woke up super early, actually. For some reason, I woke up. I just had this day yesterday where I went to bed at 2 a.m. I woke up at like 6, and I felt like great. I don't know what the hell that's about. Like I should be dead and right. Like dry heaving all over the place, but you know, we'll see. We'll see how long it lasts, I guess.
Well, was that directly after you drank on your show?
No, God, no. I did a drunk Elden Ring stream where I took a shot every time I died, but that was like that was on Monday. So that was a few days ago now.
Okay. Because I was going to ask you, I don't remember what it's called. I wouldn't, because I'm not especially bright, but there's something about when you drink and then you cannot sleep the next day. I'm sure you guys have experienced this where like you pass out, like you sleep, but you only do it for like 4 or 5 hours and then you're up. And that's when you have the hangover and stuff like that. There's a name for it. It's a real thing, but I thought that's might have been what you were describing. And that's like the worst. That's the worst part of drinking. And
yeah, it's one of the worst. Like, well, the thing, I started the stream so early because I stream at 1:30, and by like 3 o'clock I was hammered. So by like 8 p.m. I was like going through what a hangover would be. It was terrible. Being in like a waking transition to a hangover is like one of the most uncomfortable things in the world. But we're fine now.
Good.
I'm too old to do that regularly. So that's like once every 5 years that's gonna happen.
That's a lot of liquor, man.
Yeah.
Polish vodka is well, it's a little bit of a woman's drink, but it's a man's drink nonetheless. Glad that you did it. I would have personally went the bourbon route myself.
I just had with whatever we went with whatever we had.
I was just surprised you died so much, to be honest. I mean, just all things considered, that surprises me.
I got really unlucky in a poison dungeon. So
it would
like
be an exponential effect too. Once you get a few shots in, you're going to start dying more often.
No, exactly. It's a bad idea.
Yeah,
but it was a good stream.
Dustin Furman, executive producer of Last Stand. That's his voice. How are you today?
For the most part, good. I started to get a little like like, you know, when you are on the verge of getting a little cold and your throat's a little, like that. But I woke up, ibuprofen. I'm good. I'm in high spirits, not in the Colin Moriarty sense, but in the just overall. I actually
rare is the man.
Yeah.
Rarefied in this auspicious time. By the way, have you ever? I was talking about this recently with I only talk to Micah, so it's probably her, but. Have you ever blacked out drinking?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Have you, Dustin?
I don't really think so. I mean, I guess that's some people like, oh, because it's like, do you mean like you're operating as a human and you're not aware of anything?
There's a period of time that you don't know anything that happened.
Okay, then no, I've not.
Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah, I have. But not in a long time. The last time I did was, I remember it actually very well. It was in 2011 when I was like single in San Francisco. Got fucking wasted. and that's the last time I blacked out. Scary. So you got to
I believe
gotta
it.
moderate yourself. But a few times in my day, not anything to be proud of.
That's a scary experience. I remember waking because I remember it was with absinthe, and then I remember being at a party. I remember being at a party and being like, "This is cool." There was like those gummy worms that were like soaked in alcohol. It was a mess. And then the next thing I think I remember seeing people play Uno or Jenga or something. And then my next memory is I'm in a Home Depot with my friend looking at like 2x4s. And I was like, how did we get here?
Yeah, it's scary. It's scary.
It's terrifying. Like that was like the last time. That was in 2015, I think. Never
I blacked
again.
out at an IGN holiday party in 2007. That was fun. Okay. Let's see. What do we have to talk about here? Oh, Sacred Symbols. PlayStation podcast. Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome one, welcome all. Thank you for being here. You can get every episode 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Also get access to Sacred Symbols Plus, our supplemental podcast twice a week over on Patreon. We did a review discussion on the Uncharted film recently. We did an episode all about fighting games. I did a mailbag for the first time, which people have been really into. Because we used to do more of those, and I think I felt like they were lazy pieces of content, frankly. Like, or lazier, like pieces you kind of want, a little bit of a break from an interview with this and that. But it's like the people, that's like a high demand piece of content. So
yeah, people
appreciate that. Yeah. So we have those up there as well. Thank you for that. We have one going up on QA soon. I reached out to Hogue to see if there was anything about this Sony sexual allegation. I don't know if you guys saw that kind of resurfaced recently or the last couple of days. He said there's really not anything there. So we're just going to ignore that. But more coming. And of course, spoiler cast and review discussions. We actually discussed on Discord today that it looks like Elden Ring will actually roll out first. And then I have to figure out who's even playing Horizon, because I don't know that anyone's going to be ready to go with me on our shows. I think we'll pull in Ben and maybe someone else, but I don't know. And so we have a lot of those things coming up as well. And Gran Turismo 7, etc. Okay. What else? Live show. Sacred Symbols 200 live in Richmond at the National. Saturday, April 30th. Snark Tank, Chris's comedy podcast opening. We're excited about that. Tickets are on sale right now. tinyurl.com/sacred200. tinyurl.com/sacred200. Come hang out with us. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're looking forward to it. And yeah, I don't know. Anything else to add?
I think we discussed wanting to mention this on the show. Is just that
oh, right. Yes.
There were some people that maybe weren't able to come or didn't want to because of there was a vaccine or testing policy that was in place by the venue when we initially planned everything. And that was just kind of the nature of doing business at a venue in a city that was like basically going to be required. Since over the last like week or two, they have changed their policy and it is no longer required for you to be vaccinated or to have a test. You can just show up. If you would like to wear a mask, you are totally welcome to do that. Judgment free. If you don't want to, that's fine too. So I just wanted to put that out there. If that was something that was maybe holding you back, obviously, if there's COVID-2 shows up in the next couple weeks, it's subject to change as with anything else. But as of right now, no vaccine, no testing, no masks required.
Well, that'll be fun. Sacred Symbols 200, ranking the PlayStation 4's top 25 games with a little bit of everyone's flavor in there. A quarter me, a quarter Dustin, a quarter Chris, a quarter the audience. And none of us will know the list when we're revealing it, so it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see you in Richmond at the National, Saturday, April 30th, tinyurl.com/sacred200.
Colin, I got to butt in.
Yeah,
one other thing.
Oh, God.
Something freaky. My dad, who lives in Virginia, was like, hey, I'm going to a concert. I'm seeing Coheed and Cambria, and it's at the National. And that was a really weird moment for me because I loved Coheed and Cambria like all throughout high school. And now that's the venue. It's like super cool. Have you seen anyone there before?
I haven't.
Okay.
I've never seen anyone at the National. I'm seeing 311 in Norfolk in a few weeks.
Oh.
But and 311 has played that stage. I looked. So that's kind of
nice.
Fun, but we'll see. Yeah, I told you guys before that the weirdest thing for me was playing the Dolby Theater, where the big auspicious theater in LA when I was doing something with Rooster Teeth years ago. And I was like, what am I doing here?
Was that Let's Play Live, I think?
Yeah, Let's Play Live, where they literally have the Oscars there and shit. And I'm like, what am I doing here? And you're looking from the stage into like the pit where the orchestra would sit and all of a sudden I'm like, this is totally ridiculous. But it was an interesting experience nonetheless. All right. Guys, let's get into some things that we need to talk about before we get into the smaller pieces of news. Mighty Max wrote into us and said, "Hey, fellas. Listening to last week's podcast, I was thrilled to hear you guys discuss ways you would like to be paid tribute at our wedding this summer." Of course, you'll remember in recent weeks, Max wrote in to tell us that, well, he's inviting us to the wedding, but also how could we pay tribute? Or how could he pay tribute to us? We're not paying tribute to you, Max. You boys are still welcome to be our guests of honor, of course, though I should have mentioned this last week. It will take place near Montreal in the province of Quebec. May you be tempted to come get stoned, eat the best poutine in the world while drinking for free, perhaps. If this dream scenario doesn't come true, rest assured that I have already set events in motion that should provide the rest of our guests some unique entertainment come the cutting of the cake. Your invites will be sent shortly. Oh, and our kids are 9 and 13, and we were shocked that neither of them seemed keen on being renamed Colin. They are now both uninvited from our wedding. I didn't realize they were that old. I mean, I don't want you don't want to foist them. I was thinking if they were a toddler, perhaps you could maybe get away with it, but I understand that. This is the antithesis of a shotgun wedding, though, as we were saying. This is some slow motion anti-shotgun wedding.
It's like a bullet time wedding.
Right, a bullet time. Wow. Yes, very well done. Very well done indeed. So, Max, congratulations. We look forward to seeing what you come up with. And Mike Poe wrote into us on a similar note. He said, "Dearest Crustin Boys, as a longtime dutiful follower and patron of Last Stand, I have always understood I have a moral obligation to pay homage wherever I can. My wife and I do not have kids yet, but yesterday I asked her what she thought of Colin as a boy's name. She said she had other preferences for a first name if we had a boy, so I asked her if we can go with Colin as a middle name for our prospective descendant. She said she'd think about it. So my question is this: will you accept middle name status as tribute, or do I need to really exert some leverage here and lay down the Last Stand media laws with my life partner? Thank you for all that you do and keep up the good work." Thank you, Mike, for writing him. I'll take that. It's
really?
Yeah. I mean, first of all, my sister Allie's daughter's middle name is Colin after me. And,
oh, really?
Yeah, Ayla Colin Moriarty is her name. Huh. And so you're not going to be the first one. You're certainly not going to be the most important person in my life that has done this. But if you want to be one of others, then that's fine. I mean, I'm not going to say no to any sort of tribute. I'm not going to put a gun to your head and make you name your child Colin. You know what you have to do, and you know what's right, and you know what's wrong. And that's basically it, as far as I'm concerned. All right. Turbo Makes Games. This one's for you, Dustin. Said, "Hey, boys, I think Dustin might be onto something regarding all the stop stores being in cahoots with each other. Recently, I took a trip down to my local GameStop. Yes, the same one I've been going to since I was a young lad back when it was EB Games. Only to find that it had been replaced by, I kid you not, a Wingstop. Is the only explanation some kind of collusion between all the stop shops? How deep does the conspiracy go, and will Sacred Symbols finally uncover this mystery once and for all? Stay safe out there." This is an interesting. I didn't anticipate this particular situation arising. Didn't think of Wingstop. I love Wingstop. I think it's an awesome place. Used to go there all the time in San Francisco.
Yeah, Wingstop's all right.
Yeah,
it's a little different. It's a little. First of all, he misattributed this to Dustin. I was the one who brought up the stops.
Yeah, I was trying to remember that.
I'm sorry.
But also, Wingstop doesn't count because they're not using the impact white and red thing.
Right.
Like it's because there's Stop and Shop.
Right.
There's all these other. It's specifically Sushi Stop and GameStop for whatever reason have been playing this trick on everyone and being like, "Oh, is that what that? Oh no, that's the other thing." For whatever reason, they've been mimicking each other purely in signage, and it's just bizarre that they're the only people doing that. It's not like I can't think of another logo that's like copied like that, like just so blatantly.
Chris,
it's bizarre.
I have a question about this Sushi Stop because I've never heard of this place. Is this a local Los Angeles chain? Is this?
I don't
what's
think
the scale
so.
here?
I feel like I've seen Sushi Stops in New York before, but I could be like misremembering. I know it's very, very common in LA. I know that Sushi Stops are super common in that, but you've seen the sign, right?
Well, I saw it from when I looked it up, and I was wondering, like, is this a situation where maybe the first Sushi Stop went into an old GameStop and they got the sign and they're like, "Hey, we can just use half the sign and save half the amount of money on this," and then just go with that. I mean, that could be some clever trickery or something. And then they just went with it for all. They ended up blowing up and having a successful sushi chain. So
yeah, no, there's a Sushi Stop in Philly.
Okay.
Apparently.
Interesting.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just really weird. Just very bizarre.
It is weird. I'm sorry that was misattributed, Chris. I'd never like to steal someone's thunder, especially when Dustin is too meek and to to say that that wasn't me. He has to
Oh,
figure
I
out.
honestly couldn't remember it.
No, I know. But I also see. I've said this before.
Look, I probably
please.
wouldn't remember if I hadn't been like ruminating on this for years in silence.
Fair enough. You're like you have like the Charlie Day board.
Yeah, the
just for
Pepe
this.
Sylvia board.
But I feel like I talk so much at a microphone. I don't know what I'm saying. I have no idea what I'm saying half the time, to be perfectly honest. And I certainly am not going to remember it either. God almighty.
No, out of the question.
Thank you for writing in. All right, this is a serious issue that's going on in my life. James Ketchum wrote in and said, EL Fudge changed the recipe. What are you going to do? I couldn't believe this. EL Fudge is one of my... I don't really like chocolates and cookies and stuff, but there's something about the EL Fudge that I just adore. So I go through an EL Fudge or two a week. And so we always have one in rotation in the house. And I open up the new one. I notice the packaging is different. The cookies are smaller. They're made of different stuff. And they taste like shit. I couldn't believe it. We inspected the bag. We're like, there's got to be something different. This can't possibly be the real EL Fudge. So what did Colin do? He reached out to Keebler.
Oh my god.
And I wrote to them on Twitter, DM. I say, guys, what did you do to the EL Fudge? They're different. They're smaller. They don't taste right. Woe be my entire family who crave the cookies as they once were not even a week ago. Wartime EL Fudge, perhaps? No, this will not do. This will not do at all. Now, I didn't receive a response to this inquiry, so then I wrote it to them the next day. I'm not sure you understand how urgent this is. To which they responded, hi, Colin. We have made small improvements to the cookie formula in response to consumer feedback. By enhancing the texture of the cookie and fudge filling's chocolate taste, we will share your comments with the rest of the team. And to which I responded, thank you for responding. It's appreciated. However, until the old formula is respected as the one true EL Fudge and brought back from stasis, for it is truly delectable and far superior to the new product, I'm afraid. And then I use the Shark Tank logo icon. I'm out.
I like that you use the word stasis at EL Fudge.
Yeah.
There's something about that.
So here's the thing about this. Because I just wanted to talk about this a little bit, just because I think it's funny. The entire point of a brand is consistency.
Yeah.
It's the entire point.
Yeah.
And brands are new. They're newer things. If you read about, I don't know if I've discussed this on the show in the past. It's really fascinating when you read the true great inventions of all time. And you think about the wheel and all this, but people are like, the LLC is one of the great inventions of all time because it allowed people to make an entity that separates their money and their wealth from something else, and you could take risks. And that's how the economy grew and all that. So just as an example. And with this, brands came about because it's like, well, I'm in Chicago and I want to have X item in New York, and they're different. And it's like, well, no, our brand's the same. And that's why McDonald's and whatever is McDonald's, So what the fuck are you doing? EL Fudge has been the same time immemorial, and you think you're going to change the cookie and no one's going to notice? I can't imagine what other people are going to do when they figure this out. EL Fudge loyalists. They're totally different. And what I was explaining to someone was the sad thing is that not that it's changed per se, but that the other one doesn't exist anymore. It's gone.
Right. Yeah, no, this is one of the most frustrating things that could possibly happen in the first world. Like, where it's just like, oh, this thing that you've grown very, very accustomed to just arbitrarily changes for no reason, and there's no access to the old version. I feel this way exactly about Snapple, where they just decided, you know what? No glass anymore.
Yeah.
We're going to put everything in plastic. And as if they don't understand that plastic has a taste to it. Like, there's a reason why Mexican Coke in the glass bottles tastes way better than Coke that's in like that random, like that garbage plastic. This is like a unanimously understood thing. Like, everybody loves the glass bottle Coke. And yet they're like, nah, we don't need them. And now you can't get the glass Snapples anywhere. They just don't exist.
Yeah, that's crazy to me, because that was
like,
always the fun thing, was turning it upside down and popping it. You know?
Popping it and
yep.
Like, hearing the pop?
You hit the bottom of it. Very New York move.
Very.
I must say. Yeah, and you can't do that with the plastic ones. That's true. And see, with Mexican Coke, which is a huge thing in California, I don't know if people even... Mexican Coke's like a huge thing out there. But it's the sugar, the real sugar also, that makes it different. And I hate real sugar Coke. Like, I'm so used to our American corn syrup Coke And I think it is so much better. It is so much better. Burns going down, like almost like a good brown liquor.
Soda is just liquor for kids, honestly. Like, it like hurts. It kind of hurts to drink, and then like later on, you just feel terrible.
It's good. It's a good point. It's like those candy cigarettes too. I always still love those. Yeah, Dustin.
What is going on with candy cigarettes? Actually, like those still exist?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're so awesome. Yeah,
they are
so
awesome.
Cool. That's so cool.
As far as this EL Fudge situation, I have I believe a question, comment, and a concern. Actually, first the question is: do you do the normal ones or the double stuff? Because that might be your saving grace. Maybe the double stuff is unaffected.
I do. What I've noticed is that I do both, depending, but they're really indistinguishable, and it seemed like they were going towards just one. Like there just seemed to be one,
Right.
Kind of like I was explaining when I went to see Uncharted in the movie theater, and I ordered a medium Coke, and it was 1 liter of Coke because they just were like, fine, fuck it. But in this, it's the exact reverse. So it's a good question, but it's see the problem is that they changed the cookie. Like you could just hold it up and look and be like, this is not the same. It doesn't have the same buttery sheen on it. Yeah, this is a distressing moment. This is distressing for me. Because I don't like many things, as you know.
You got to start the movement, Colin. I mean, these movements exist online. There was a type of Dorito from like 2006 called salsa Doritos that I loved as a kid. And at some point as a teenager, I found a Facebook group called Bring Back Salsa Doritos, which I love the idea of like thousands of people, hopefully from this podcast, descending on this Facebook group. Tell them I sent you. And nothing has ever happened of it, but the movement is alive for decades now. And so, you got to strike while the iron's hot on this, Colin. You got to find your people and, start a movement maybe. I'm not seeing a few tweets on Twitter of people saying, what the fuck's going on? It's going to be a snowball effect though.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you see anything because when I looked, I didn't see anything about this. Like, so it's starting I'm at the phalanx, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
The EL Fudge phalanx. And so we'll pursue this and I'll see what happens, but it's so strange to me when companies just self-immolate, and not that they're self-immolating, who knows, maybe some people won't care, but it's surprising to me that they think that they're going to get away with this from people that buy EL Fudge, like that actually buy EL Fudge. Not just something that you just buy and throw in and maybe someone eats one day. It's like, if you buy EL Fudge, you're going to notice this.
Dude, you'd be surprised at how much they do get away with, because I remember when I first noticed the glass thing, I checked Snapple's Twitter account, and every reply is them replying to people being like, why is there no glass? And it's like, we've made some changes. And it's like, I'm messaging them. I said, I remember messaging this like, hey, hashtag make Snapple glass again. And I said something like, why can't I find these? And they were like, oh, no worries. We'll send you a big crate of glass ones. And then I gave them my address and I never got it. So.
Yeah, shocking. Of course.
Yeah, shocking.
Yeah, these.
They probably sent a bomb in my. In the
It's almost good you didn't get it.
Yeah, it almost bjorked me.
Snapple, anthrax Snapple. All right, where am I here in this? Oh yeah, so that I just wanted to bring that up. Just companies self-immolate. It's really amazing to me. I mean, the great example, of course, is Coke in the 80s. But that company, it is amazing. It is amazing to me that Coca-Cola, there was a version of Coca-Cola that thought, we're going to reinvent Coke and take the old one away.
It's really stupid.
And there was like a 6-month period in, like, what was it, 1985 or 1986, where you just couldn't get Coke. It's like, what? Who thought that was like a thing you should ever do? That's nuts. And then they, of course, got the Coca-Cola Classic, which is hysterical. So they spun it into something good for them. Oh my God. It's a great story, though. Really great story. Okay. And what else here? Oh, I wanted to see what you guys thought of this. Greg Wallace wrote in and said, Slitterheads, I write to you regarding an emergency. On the Ghost in the Shell episode of Knockback, Colin mentioned that he has been eating Maruchan ramen for dessert. This absolute perversion of the word dessert forced me to write in, hoping against hope that Dustin and Chris could set Colin back down the path of righteousness. I feel that with the current self-destructive dietary choices, Colin is once again wishing for a swift death. Even if this doesn't make the show, I know Colin reads all of these, so please, for the fans, stand down from the ramen dessert. So I bought a case of creamy chicken Maruchan ramen on Walmart.com, as I've explained. And I've been replacing my dessert choices sometimes because I do the OMAD and then I eat my dessert like within an hour or so. It's only 400 calories to eat a thing of ramen for dessert. It's probably half the amount of calories I would eat usually in just in raw whatever I was eating. So that was kind of my decision, but people had kind of expressed concern about that. But I'm curious, are you guys struck by the oddity of ramen for dessert? Because it's actually a nice little topper, salty topper.
So I think people have different ideas as different definitions of dessert, because when I think of dessert, I think of like a pastry or something sweet, or like ice cream or something. But I think there are some people who also might think of dessert as a snack immediately after dinner, you know? And if that's what you mean by dessert, then I don't really see a problem with a ramen dessert. But I will say, when you the general colloquial understanding of dessert is not sodium infused Japanese noodles that have been petrified in a sealed bag for generations, you know. But
can you imagine what you need to do to make a profit on something you sell for something like 20 or 25 cents each?
Oh my God, yeah.
I've thought about it since I was a kid. I always wondered that. I'm like, how? What are you doing over there at Marichan? How cheap is it to make this shit? Because you never raise the price.
It is crazy. It's like the most consistent thing in the world. Like it's such a reliable. Like I lived off of that stuff. I don't know anybody who hasn't spent a period of their life living off of Marichan ramen.
So yeah, it's a rite of passage, especially in college. I mean, I was high school, college. That was when I got familiar with the creamy chicken, and I was always confused by people that didn't love creamy chicken. Is almost like a niche thing compared to the other. That's why I had to go on Walmart.com to get it. But Dustin, do you have a problem with the ramen dessert?
So I think that I had to look up and see the definition of dessert, at least according to Google. It does say the sweet course eaten at the end of the meal, but why can't a Colin Moriarty dessert for him be the Maruchan? You know, why not? You know, some people are like, oh, I'm having breakfast, and they're eating a leftover piece of pizza. No one goes, oh, hey, that's not breakfast. You know, it's like, just let people eat the things that they want to eat. Now, on the other hand, Greg brings up he says self-destructive dietary choice. And I mean, I am no one to point fingers at the types of things I eat, especially late at night. I mean, I shouldn't be the one to throw a stone at all. But I mean, the sodium content, do you not wake up in the middle of the night like thirsty as fuck? Like I feel like for me, if I did that, I would just be, you know, a desert for hours.
No, I don't. I sleep pretty well at night, but I drink a lot of water. As that will help. And again, I feel like we've had this conversation before, but I don't know. That all goes back into me not remembering anything that I say on the show. Yeah, it's like I go into some sort of. It's like, what was that? The Adam Sandler, the 50 First Dates. It's kind of
right.
I don't remember what the
Drew
hell
Barrymore.
Drew Barrymore, right? I saw that in the
Classic.
Theater in college, just because there was a 311 song in it. All right, let's see. But it ended up being a good movie. Very cute.
Yeah.
Okay. If you're looking for a great natural way to deal with anxiety, sleeplessness, or even bodily aches and pains, I may just be able to recommend precisely what you seek: CBD. More specifically, Feels CBD, the finest CBD tincture I've ever used. And that's saying something because I've been both a CBD and THC user for many years, so I know my stuff. Okay, so let's start at the beginning. What is CBD? CBD is short for cannabidiol, a substance that comes from the marijuana plant. However, unlike THC, which gets you stoned and certainly serves its own purpose, CBD merely works to ease, well, unease. And it does so without getting you high, nor does it have any after effects like a hangover. When people think about getting relief from weed, it's CBD that most folks are thinking of and actually need, which is why I'm so pleased to promote Feels' CBD as a user myself. Now, CBD can be intimidating, and that's why Feels' helpline staffed with real live people can help guide you through the process of buying and using it. But really, it's easier than you probably realize. Feels discreetly sends you your product, which is perfectly legal, by the way, and you use it as needed. Feels' primary offering is their aforementioned tincture, which is awesome. You just place a few drops under your tongue, wait a bit, and voila, you'll start feeling better. Anxiety and a day's stress just wash away. Sleep can be discovered, soundly too. CBD really works, and Feels' CBD is excellent. They even offer CBD mints, and I especially liked how tiny the package is and how easy they are to take. But for me, it's all about that tincture. Better yet, Feels offers memberships. So once you find the product and dosing that's right for you, you can get it shipped to you regularly so you're never without. I love Feels. I think you will too. So why not give them a try? Start feeling better with Feels. Become a member today by going to feels.com/symbols. That's feals.com/SYMBOLS. And get 40% off your first 3 months with free shipping. That's feels.com/symbols to become a member and get 40% automatically taken off your first 3 months with free shipping. That's feels.com/symbols. Remember, friends, CBD really works, and it really can work wonders for you. So give Feels a try. It's finally time to get into the news. Some small pieces of news first before we get into what we're playing, and then the bigger pieces of news. And yes, we'll talk about the state of play and get into all of that. However, I want to start with some items first. Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origins, has, it's actually Origins singular, has a demo. It's out now on PS4 and PS5. People are playing it. Samuel Duran wrote into us. And remember, that's one of the perks for supporting us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Write into us, appear on the show. He says, hello, men of the general nature. With the recent state of play, they announced Stranger of Paradise demo, and it was released immediately. My curiosity got the best of me, and I downloaded it. Boy, does this game look and feel like a PS3 game pretending to be a PS5 game. The combat loop is fun, but everything else ruins the game for me. What are y'all's thoughts on Square Enix releasing such a poor quality Final Fantasy game in 2022, especially after Final Fantasy VII Remake? Enjoy the show, and you boys take care. Thank you, Samuel. I'm loath to make the declaratory statements that you're making about it because it's not out yet, and I've not played it. However, it seems like a demo is something you'll put out either because you're confident or you're desperate. And I don't know, it'll be one of those two things because a demo could hurt you otherwise. It's not a net neutral thing to release a demo. So they made the calculation here to do that. Dustin, I wanted to start with you because I feel like this is more your kind of game than Chris's, although we'll get Chris's opinion as well. Have you played the demo? Will you play the demo? Are you into this game? I mean, it is a Koei Tecmo co-production with Team Ninja, and it's maybe not getting the respect it deserves considering the studio that's making it, but it doesn't look very compelling. And as a Final Fantasy fan, I have no real interest in this, especially because it's fucking around with the kind of the origin stories of all of the Final Fantasy stuff. And the aesthetic doesn't match my expectations of that.
No, it has that Nomura stink on it, no doubt. I say that as a Kingdom Hearts fan.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt.
This game, so you mentioned that it's a Koei Tecmo. It's clearly very much built off of the back end of Nioh and Nioh 2, which are fantastic games in their own right. Reviewed well. People like Maddie really, really love them. People don't like this take from me, but it's just how I feel, is that I could never get into the Nioh games because they're so loot focused, and I got obsessive with like, oh, well, this weapon is just slightly better, and then you've got to, craft this weapon, do this, blah, 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 which From Software games have some of that, but it was a little bit of analysis paralysis for me in Nioh. So in one sense, because of that history with Nioh, I think that this game has a potential to be good, at least from a combat and gameplay perspective. I don't know what's going on with I mean, we talked about it before, but like the main character and the chaos over and over in that trailer. It's like,
we have to kill chaos.
Part of me wonders though, guys, if is this going to be campy enough that it's a positive overall? If you switch your mindset on what you are expecting from the game, it's possible.
I think it could be.
Yeah. Well, some of the stuff that like the cell phone thing where he starts playing.
It looks so goofy that I'm genuinely really tempted to, because I want to play the demo. Like it's on my radar just because that cell phone clip of him playing not Limp Bizkit after walking away from a cover is just it's so very so bad it's good. Like that, it's in that territory of like The Room or like Kung Pao or something where it's like, is this real?
I do want to say that just overall, shout out to Square Enix for releasing a demo that you can carry your save over. Yeah. I love it when that happens. In fact, I was just thinking the other day, I want to check out Triangle Strategy. And I thought, well, I don't really know if, it's kind of a risk. Like, I don't know if I'm going to be into it or not. And I remembered the demo is just the beginning of the game and you can transfer your save. And I'm like, that's awesome. That's like a no risk. Check it out. If I like it, great. I'll go ahead and buy it. But if not, then it's nothing lost. So it's kind of up to you in this demo. You can decide if the campiness is right or not. But either way, I just want to say I would love to see more of that in the industry.
Chris, are you interested in this game at all? I mean, it's kind of your game, and then it kind of isn't your game, because Team Ninja, like we said, it has dipped its toe into the Soulsborne kind of stuff a little bit with Neo, but they're a very weird studio. They were best known for Ninja Gaiden, so it's kind of exciting to imagine that they will make like a really truly kinetic Devil May Cry type action game with real difficulty, as opposed to the more heavy and lumbering games that the Soulsborne stuff's known for, although Neo 2 was markedly different in its own respect. I'm just curious what you make of this, because they're so inconsistent, having done Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, for instance, with Nintendo, that was kind of middling, but then they do stuff like the Dead or Alive games that have obviously a long time niche in fighting and sports. I don't know. Yeah. I don't really know what to make of this. I'm curious what you think of it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it did not compel me earlier on when we were first seeing it, because I'm not really that big on Final Fantasy, but even as somebody who did find things to appreciate about Final Fantasy with things like Final Fantasy VII Remake, I didn't see really any of what I appreciated in that game in the presentation of this Origins thing. Like, it just didn't look like a Final Fantasy game to me, even as somebody who's not super familiar with the series, and it didn't seem, I don't know, it just didn't grab me. But like I said, it just seems so silly, and it seems so campy. And I've heard, I have some friends who've jumped in and out of it, the demo, and they said that I've heard it's fun from people that I trust, who also understand where I'm coming from with my distance from the series. So like, I am curious enough to check the demo out. I might get it if I like it, just because I'm down for a kinetic, campy, Final Fantasy type game. Like, I'm down for that. It reminds me a little bit of like, as I look at this game, it reminds me a lot of DMC, which I actually liked, despite how, it's a controversial opinion, but it just looks way, way campier and way stupider, which is like totally I'm totally in. If there's more Limp Bizkit, sign me up,
Not Limp Bizkit. Yeah,
not Limp Bizkit, yeah.
We'll know soon, March 18th. So the next episode will go live the same day the game will go live for everyone on PS4 and PS5. So we'll find out soon enough. I don't know when the embargo is, but that will tell this tale as well. I just want to give a shout out to Koei Tecmo as a publisher. I just think that I really like that they are basically for hire. They have a few IP that people care about, definitely. Ninja Gaiden and Dead or Alive, I think, are amongst the biggest. But they've managed to make their Musou studio, Omega Force, this really important part of Japanese gaming, with like getting a Musou is almost like an honor now, whether it's Zelda or Fire Emblem or whoever they work with. So I think that's neat, Dragon Quest. And then by making their studios for hire, you get interesting collaborations, like a Final Fantasy game from a Tecmo Koei or a Koei Tecmo studio. So
yeah,
just from a mechanical standpoint, I'm interested in it, but I don't know how it's all going to work out in the end, and we'll find out soon enough. Okay, let's talk about something else here. I wanted to just mention this. PlayStation released the following statement about what's going on in Ukraine and with Russia. We discussed it last week. We're not going to get deep into it here, but they say the following, quote, Sony Interactive Entertainment joins the global community in calling for peace in Ukraine. We have suspended all software and hardware shipments, the launch of Gran Turismo 7, and operations of the PlayStation Store in Russia. To support humanitarian aid, Sony Group Corporation announced a $2 million donation to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and the international NGO Save the Children to support the victims of this tragedy, end quote. And that's what they had to say. And that was a more recent release, because I had this original article in our planning doc from Mashable. And it just basically has, people can go read it. It's called Video Game Publishers and Developers Are Cutting Off Russia Too. And it just goes to show that basically everyone has cut off the Russian market. And this is happening across industries. I remain, I think, skeptical of this. I don't like the idea of a society being punished for the moves of a tyrant and totalitarian that I want to say legally rules their country because they do have elections, but questionably, those elections are obviously questionable. And
Yeah.
Russia's a pretty totalitarian state, and it has been for a long time. I just feel like it risks alienating the Russian people and hardening them, and is going after the wrong route in my take. And I again will question, why do we do business in Saudi? Why does Sony do business in Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia is laying waste to Yemen right now. I mean, you want to talk about a war? I'm not to undercut what's going on in Russia and Ukraine, which is horrifying, but Saudi Arabia and Yemen are in like existential crisis. Have been for years. We are very happy to do business with PlayStation in Saudi Arabia. Of course, we've talked about China in the past. So I just feel like it is very inconsistent and is going after groups of people that I think can be virtue signaled, for lack of a better term, off of without much of a loss, because the Russian market is probably not very big and important. I continue to hope for peace for all. And I'm curious, Dustin, let's go to you first. I just wanted to know what you thought of this kind of sanctioning, basically, of the games industry, embargoing it in Russia. Again, we see the literal stuff happening with Twitch and YouTube, for instance, like creators can't get paid now and all that. That's obviously the most immediate effect. But beyond that, I think one of our most powerful things is our ability to use our society as a positive bludgeon. It's the same thing with the last years of the Soviet Union, when they were finally getting penetrated by music and movies and TV shows. And they had been for a long time, but it started to really overcome, and it was a powerful export. I still feel the same way about all of our stuff. It's a powerful and important export. I think alienating and isolating them from Western culture just serves to other them and maybe make the situation worse. That's my concern. Anyway, what do you think?
Right. No, I think that's the main point that I think about as well, is that it's like, when you isolate an entire group of people that, like you said, are not necessarily in support of what their government is doing, that punishes them really for, I don't want to say no reason, because the flip side of the coin is like, well, any item or digital good sold in Russia has a tax on it that's going to go to the Russian government. So I understand the motivation behind it, but I don't know. There's pros and cons to everything. And I don't know if the amount of money that like Russia is making off PlayStation is anywhere near to anything that, as far as like something like gas or something like that, which that's a whole nother can of worms. But the thing that I'm curious about, just as a thinking point, is I think I saw, is it the Atomic Heart devs? I believe they're Russian. And so like, you got to wonder like what's gonna happen with them, There's another game, Escape from Tarkov, which I also believe is a Russian developer. And it's like, man, they're going to suffer big time. And who knows? I mean, it's possible that they support the war in Ukraine, or maybe they don't at all, but they are forced into silence. And so it just is a really shitty situation. I mean, it's shitty across the board. I don't know if we even need to point that out, but I don't know. I have a lot of mixed thoughts on it, but mostly I think I'm in line with the unsure about isolating everyone in a country.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just concerned about that. I just don't know that it necessarily works the way they think it's going to work. And it is what it is. It's worth noting, to be fair, that the Ukrainian people are the greatest victims of all. And I don't think anyone denies that. And right. Ukraine has studios too. And we talked about GSC Game World. The Stalker devs are in Kiev, or were. I mean, they're certainly not there now. So there's just a lot of interesting stuff happening within the games space. But I generally am of the mind that I think, Chris, what I'm most concerned about is just, wow, like there are media apparatuses and governmental forces and pressures to bear that get people in order, man. I'll tell you what. I mean, the way people have mobilized against Ukraine, in other words, I don't think has to do just with the violence and the unexpected nature of it, because there's so much violence around the world. There is more to it than that. And I think that is what is most concerning to me. And so I just want to make sure we're looking at it as objectively as possible, because to the other side of it, though, I was listening to an interesting podcast, 538. It's one of my favorite political podcasts, and they often get into polls. And they were talking about how there are Russian polls that indicate that Putin is still incredibly popular, and that there's actually very little reason to not believe those polls based on their methodology. So maybe they deserve to be punished. I don't know. This is the nebulous nature of war. This is why war is so stupid. But do you have any thoughts?
I mean, I think I don't know if my thoughts have really changed since last time we talked about it. I think there's a huge psychological gamble that is played when you block an entire industry from an entire country based on the actions of essentially their dictator. Like I think that you could make the case that it's a huge roll of the dice. You're like, hey, this could potentially maybe make the public a little bit more upset with Putin, because they're like, my entertainment is being interrupted or taken away from me because our president is an idiot. That's a potential feeling that could arise in the Russian public in response to this stuff, sure. But there's also the idea of like, maybe this just emboldens a sense of like, wow, the West really sucks. Like I think it's a massive gamble, and I don't know. I don't know if they would have. I mean, like we talked about earlier, like Russia can't be that big of a market if they were willing to shut it down. Like you're never going to see games. You're never going to see like game companies and computer manufacturers and things like that stop funding Chinese enterprises. You're not going to see like a Foxconn factory shut down. Like that's not going to happen. Because China's too important, and I guess Saudi Arabia is also important. I don't know. Like it's a very strange situation, and war is always like very, very complicated. There's always very, very many, many moving parts. But I just feel like my gut feeling still is average civilians shouldn't be punished for the actions. It would be like if we didn't get any Japanese games for the last like 5 years because Japan didn't like Trump or something.
Right.
It just seems like very bizarre because like I didn't put him there. Like it wasn't my choice. So I don't know. I have complicated feelings about it.
All right. Well, we wish everyone the very best. We have many Ukrainian listeners, many Russian listeners. We want everyone to be safe and sound over there, and hopefully peace prevails sooner rather than later. Not looking good, though. Okay. I wanted to just bring this up out of fairness. We don't play Gran Turismo on the show, but Gran Turismo 7's microtransactions are apparently out of control. Dustin, have you seen anything about this, and do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, so I saw this popping up in the Discord that basically... So GT7 uses a lot of the same assets from GT Sport. Obviously, it's been evolved greatly, but one of the big things that people are talking about is that certain cars that you could buy credits, instead of earning them in game, you can just take a shortcut and buy them. Certain cars that used to cost like, I don't know, $4 or $5 are now $20, or even in some cases $40 if you want to unlock them via money instead of in-game credits. And yeah, it really sucks. I mean, it's never going to be like it used to be, where you could enter in a cheat code or something like that, because it's been proven that these monetizations work and people do buy them. So it's not going to change anytime soon unless people stop buying them. But on the other hand, you can definitely take it way too far. And in this situation, it's just like, come on, $40 to unlock one car early? Are you nuts? And I don't know, maybe they look at the GT7 audience and know that not all of them, but many of them are maybe enthusiasts that have multi-$1,000 rigs or whatever, and they see those people as whales that will just spend their way into it because it's easy. And so why not milk those people? It just sucks because everyone else will suffer. The question I have, and we'll need audience input from this because the three of us have not played the game, is that what is the status of unlocking credits in game? Is it a Battlefront 2 like situation where people are spending dozens of hours in order to unlock one character? That's, I think, the biggest question. Not that, like, let's say if it isn't that bad, I'm not saying that it excuses the $40, but at least you're not, it doesn't feel like you're holding people hostage to get something that they want. So overall, weird move. And they did it after reviews came out. Of course, they unlocked the microtransactions. Chris, this is like that the Crash Team Racing. Well, it's not exactly like the Crash Team. Well, maybe it is.
Similar.
It's similar. It's like, come on. It sucks.
You wait for the glowing praise before you kind of like flip a switch. And I think I don't know. I see prices like these, and I think of I think of the games that I play, and I think of like maybe the monetization systems in those titles, and I think of like Destiny 2's season pass, or I think of Halo Infinite's battle pass thing. But they're all pretty comparably overpriced. Like I think it's like $100 in Halo Infinite for like a weird amount of credits. I don't exactly know what that gets you because I don't participate in it. But this is kind of a monetization scheme that's kind of sweeping the industry. But what bothers me about this is that this is a $70 game. This isn't free to play Halo. This isn't even Destiny 2, which is like an expansion and has like I think it's a $20 season pass. I could be wrong. I haven't engaged with the season pass in a while. But this is kind of a lot for a $70 like exclusive title. I feel like it's a bit much. I feel like we can expect this from things like Forza Horizon that kind of launch on Game Pass, so there's like an element of free to it. But it feels a little different when something's a la carte, like, hey, here's a $70 experience, and also, hey, you can pay $40 to unlock a Aston Martin Vulcan 16. It feels a little, it feels worse, even if it might not be in practice, because it's ultimately the same style of monetization that exists elsewhere. But again, none of us have played this game, so we can't really speak to how difficult it is to earn these credits in game and how intrusive this actually is. But I would imagine that it's pretty hard to get those credits in game, if at all.
Right. That is a key focus as well for me, just from an academic standpoint, is what is the time sink for the credit earning. And I'm speaking way out of turn because I'm out of my depth with Gran Turismo. I just don't know anything about it, and I don't know much about cars at all. But my other question would be, what kind of competitive advantage, and this is something we've talked about, but the competitive advantage that you gain from unlocking a McLaren, for instance.
Yeah.
And is there an advantage? Like, I don't even know, because would that just be in another class with other cars? I assume you're not going to be driving all the same cars. So, but I'm curious, like within the tier you're in, or within I'm wondering, at the top end, there's going to be a very nice car, and at the low end of that tier is going to be a shitty car. Mm-hmm. And is there some sort of benefit to be gained there too? I think I would be interested in that. So yeah, that's my thought. Anyway, we're going to be doing I'm going to have a GT7 conversation in the coming weeks as well. Another one. We did one in the pre-release with an expert in the game. We will have that expert back once again to talk about Gran Turismo 7. So look forward to it. Okay, another piece of information. I don't know if there's anything here to really worry about or be interested in, but I like the deep dive stuff, as everyone knows, with PlayStation. Roberto Barrera has been hired by Netflix as the head of gaming strategy, planning, and analysis. And we know that they're getting in a big way to gaming. We've talked about that a little bit. What's interesting about this is that before that, Roberto Barrera worked at PlayStation. Specifically, he was the senior director of corporate strategy, and for a couple of years until 2018 was strategy, business, and planning head of PlayStation Now, and involved in PS Now for a long period of time. So he was there for about 11 years at PlayStation and is being lost to Netflix. We don't know what it means, but I thought it was notable.
Yeah.
We don't know who this person is. I mean, we've never talked to him or worked with him, but I can't help but wonder if he had some some insight in which Netflix used to poach him. And maybe there'll be a connection between PlayStation and Netflix through this particular person as well, as has been suggested, although I don't know anything about that.
Yeah. I know Netflix is starting to do a lot more interactive stuff. Like I was browsing when I was in LA with my friends super recently. We were browsing Netflix and we found this thing called Cat Burglar on Netflix, which is like
the other day.
it's really interesting. It's like an old school Tom and Jerry cartoon, but it's like a choose your own adventure trivia type deal where like you interact and you answer questions or whatever. And if you get all of them right, you get to succeed in whatever like shenanigans the Tom character interacts with the Jerry character. And it's like, it's really, really well animated and like surprisingly splintered. It reminded me a little bit of like, Detroit, in the way that like, oh wow, there's like actually multiple paths to this thing. And it's really well animated. I suggest people check it out because it's the first interactive thing on Netflix that I've really thought was worth the damn. Like I didn't care for Bandersnatch at all. But it's very clear that Netflix is making a very interesting push into this space. It's not exactly gaming in the way that we know it. It feels more like, I don't know, I guess just like interactive kind of party content is the best way that I can put it. I don't think narrative stuff is going to work in this format, but they're definitely making pushes. And I think this is just another sign of that.
All right. Let's see here. MLB The Show coming out soon. MLB The Show 22, as I've been saying, when we bring it up, might be extra important this year because there might not be any real baseball this year. We'll find out what happens based on the labor contention, but we all know that MLB The Show 22 comes out April 5th on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, as well as Xbox Series X, Xbox Series X, Xbox One, as well as Nintendo Switch, which is pretty interesting. The first time a Sony first-party game will appear on Switch, so that will be, I don't know, that will be weird too to see a PlayStation Studios logos on flipping through on that as well, running at 30 frames a second. The big news here is that MLB The Show 22 has a new commentary. And this is a big deal because this is complicated. Commentary usually is used in sports games, for people that don't know, for sometimes many years, but often several years with updates. And it's quite dynamic and it's a huge undertaking to do, especially when you're working with just new talent entirely, because you have to start from the very base and build it up. And it apparently took them a couple of years to do this. So good for them. The new commentators are Chris Singleton and John Ciambi. I think I'm saying that right. And it says here on PlayStation blog, written by old friend of mine, Ramon Russell, who is the longtime product developer and community guy over there, 128 separate recording sessions occurred, over 350 recording hours, and 45,000 lines of audio. So that's pretty cool. Wow. That's a lot. It's a lot. So congratulations to them. It's a big feat that will be there for a while in the new MLB The Show games moving forward. And we'll look forward to that on April 5th. I'm sure baseball fans are excited after all of the bad news you're dealing with in the real world. When it comes to bodily health, I'm in need of a little bit of help. The reality is I'm a strict faster on the 1 meal a day diet, and I have been for several years. This means I typically go 22 hours or more each day without any caloric intake. That, combined with my hardcore daily cardio workouts, allow me to maintain something resembling health. But in reality, I do all of this to keep the weight off while eating what I want during that lone meal. That means something's missing, and that something is proper nutritional health, which is where Athletic Greens came into play for me. I started taking Athletic Greens because I felt like pre-workout but also pre-meal, I needed to get my body going and get an extra burst of energy. The timing was especially serendipitous for me, since Athletic Greens AG1 supplement is best taken on an empty stomach. What I found was something that noticeably worked. I had more energy, my workouts were better, and more. And it makes sense why that would be. Athletic Greens is basically a mega multivitamin that you put into water. You down it like a shake. It tastes surprisingly good, actually. And at only $3 a day, your body is endowed with a heaping helping of everything it needs to get by. 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens. This mixture is great for your nervous and immune systems, your energy level, your focus, your gut health, and more. I have to say, I was pleasantly surprised by Athletic Greens. As someone who sits in front of a microphone, computer, or screen all day working, I was especially amped by the extra energy and concentration it introduced into my life as well. And boy, does it have its fans. Athletic Greens totes more than 7,000 5-star reviews and comes endorsed by a plethora of professional athletes and health experts. So why not give Athletic Greens a try for yourself? Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred. athleticgreens.com/SACRED to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. For better bodily health and more balance in your life, try Athletic Greens at athleticgreens.com/sacred. This next one comes from Ladays over on Patreon. Says, hey boys, I'm wondering what you guys think of Bungie's new game being a third-person shooter. I'm all for teams working on what they want, but I was hoping for this acquisition, Bungie would bring an FPS game to Sony's catalog, and this news has me a little disappointed. Wonder what you guys think. Thanks always for the great content. This news, of course, comes by way of Video Games Chronicle, our buddies over there. They wrote that Bungie is hiring a creative director for a new third-person action game. It's over in their credits, and it's as clear as the day is long what they're trying to do. This quote, as creative director, you will be the tip of the spear to define the vision and features for a new third-person action game at Bungie. You will work with the project's leadership and executive team to create and iterate on a vision document, a feature list, and technical specs. You will drive the creative vision for multiple stages of playable prototypes to prove out and iterate on that vision. You will participate directly in the creation and iteration of playable prototypes at all stages of development, end quote. Chris, I think everyone wants to know what you think of this. You're a huge Bungie fan, going back to your Halo love and, of course, Destiny. They're in the PlayStation ecosystem now, but I do take a little bit of umbrage with Laday's framing when he's saying he hopes that they would bring an FPS to Sony's catalog. They're not bringing anything to Sony's catalog. I think people need to dissuade themselves of this. They're not bringing anything to PlayStation's catalog. That is not going to others as well. So let's learn. I'm not yelling you, but we need collectively to learn of a new way to talk about this team because they're just somewhere in between, but they're not a PlayStation studio.
Yeah, they exist outside of the vertical. Right. They're not a PlayStation Studios team. And they... One of the first things we learned about this deal was that they would continue to work on multi-platform things. Right. That Bungie was not keen on making exclusives. I don't think Bungie in particular is keen on making exclusives ever again. Like, I don't think that's where they want to be.
Right. They were in obviously a difficult position with that, with Microsoft. Anyway, what do you make of this? I think I was a little surprised by it. I thought that FPS was the obvious thing for them, but why not? Third-person games are huge. Some of the biggest games in the world are third-person games, including GTA Online and Fortnite and others. So I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's exciting. I think it's cool. I think Bungie is just such a good studio, and I think the idea of them kind of trying something a little bit new, although not wholly new to their history, they have worked on. They have one particular title that was launched around the same time as Combat Evolved, which obviously got overshadowed, which was Oni, that was published by Bungie West. And that was like a third person kind of cyberpunk ninja beat 'em up game. It was very weird. It was on PlayStation 2 also, which is interesting. But I think this seems like a natural extension of they've kind of dominated FPS for such a long time. Like, why not kind of venture into a new creative space? That's kind of what they've always they're just a very ambitious team, and I see this going very, very well. Also, Destiny is already kind of half third person anyway. Like a lot of the game is third person in the social spaces and in certain elements of combat with swords, and certain raid mechanics take place in third person. It's not like they're 100% strangers to the idea of a third person perspective working well in an action game. And I think they probably have enough practice now and enough expertise where they could probably land in a very interesting space. And what's more interesting about this is, like, I'm more curious about what this means for the rumored hero shooter that they were working on, Matter, and whether or not that's going to be separate, or like maybe like a separate component to this, or if this is like a single player game, which would be super interesting because they're such a multiplayer centric developer and such a multiplayer centric team, and a community driven team as well. This is very interesting, and we're going to be keeping very close eyes on this because I'm under the impression that Destiny as well is going to continue for a while. And right now, Destiny is the best it's been probably ever. So it's very exciting times for Bungie, I think.
What do you think, Dustin? Are you looking forward to something new from Bungie? I mean, it's exciting to think about something new from them. I think it takes some balls to move away from the archetype of what's made you famous. And like Chris has said, they have made games outside of FPS before, but they have so much money, and now they have all the room in the world to maneuver. I mean, they're golden.
Right. I feel like, Bungie's earned it at this point. They have a very successful first-person shooter, or first-person, third-person hybrid, whatever you want to call it. Let them try something different after literally decades of making basically just FPS games. Let's see what they can do with something else, which I think the comment wrote in said third person shooter, but I think that job things just said third person action. So it might not be it might be something in the middle. It would be cool to see them do their take on like a Warframe, which is like a shooter, third person shooter mixed with melee combat, something like that. Either way, they're an excellent team that does excellent work. So I don't think there's any reason currently to be concerned about them doing something slightly different.
Yeah, I mean, the way I feel about it is like if Guerrilla can make Horizon, like my God, I'm so curious what the hell Bungie is going to pull. Like if they're making a third person action game, like that's very exciting.
Okay, a little news about Dying Light 1. Dying Light 1. Now, Dying Light 2, we'll have more to say about soon because I'm about to sign the release this week, and our logo is going to be an Easter egg in Dying Light 2, which is going to be awesome, in a March update, or an April update, I think. Actually, no, it's March. So that'll be fun. We'll show you guys where that is when the time comes, but this is a nice little surprise. This is why I love Techland. Shout out to Techland, and shout out to the developers that really care about their products. They released a next-gen patch for their old game, bringing both perks to PS5 and PS4 Pro versions of Dying Light. Now, of course, Dying Light came out 7 years ago. And so this is a really nice thing. And here's basically the story. There are 3 video modes now on PlayStation 5's version. You can play in quality mode, which is 30 FPS and 4K. You can play in balance mode, which is targeting 60 frames in QHD resolution. Or you can do performance mode, 60 frames in full HD. So nice little choices there. PS4 Pro is capped at 30 frames. So it's not going to dip, I guess, below that. Maybe it's locked at that now. This is just a nice little touch. You can't hate this. So I just wanted to give them a shout out for that. And for anyone interested in playing that original Dying Light, if you've not, you really owe it to yourself to play it. I have not played the second game yet. It's on the list. I don't know what I'm going to do next. We'll talk about that in a few moments when we talk about what we're playing. But Dying Light 2 is on the list. Dying Light 1, one of the great games of PS4, no doubt. Chris, this one's for you. Battlefield 2042 has a scoreboard. I don't know if you saw this, but in update 3.3, and it's already out by the time this comes out, it says, quote, this update brings further bug fixes, control, and key binding related changes, the introduction of updated scoreboard functionality, etc. What do you think? Finally.
Just, this is such a wildly unacceptable update after so long. Battlefield was November, right? It was like early November.
Yeah, I want to say that.
Because I think it stole because I remember because Halo came out on the 15th, and I remember it like stole its thunder a little bit. But was
November 19th.
yeah. November 9th. So November 19th, and it's okay. November, December, January, February. It is now March, and finally, we have a scoreboard. That thing that is in every competitive multiplayer game that exists at launch. They fumbled this so hard, it's crazy. It is actually like astounding to me. There are more people on Battlefield 5 and Battlefield I think even 1. Which 1's fantastic. There's no surprise to me that people are playing that, but just the fact that people are going that far back and populating those games way more than Battlefield 2042 it does not. This is the biggest blunder I think in Battlefield history. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think it's funny. I saw that article too. I didn't bring it up because I didn't know if it was newsworthy or maybe a little mean spirited, but it was people were circulating the player counts on Steam for Battlefield games. I think going back. I think maybe even 1942, like the remake or the re-release of that was huge on PS3 and Xbox 360 during that era. I think even had more players. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see what happens with that game. I don't think it has a prayer.
No.
Before we get into what we're playing, I wanted to acknowledge this too. Elia Starovarov wrote in and said, Colin, anyone who listens to this show knows you're a big fan of MobyGames. How are you feeling about the Atari acquisition? What are you hoping they improve, or what are you worried about them ruining? So you're right. MobyGames is a oft-cited website, very obscure website, but oft-cited on this podcast. It's a really vital website, old website. And what it is, for people that don't know, is it is basically just a repository of game credits in a searchable database. And it has other things too, but it's awesome. If you go and separate out, go like look at a game and then go at the director, and then you can click on the director's name. Then it'll show you all the games they worked on and so on and so forth. It is a wonderful website if you're into the nerdy stuff that we're into on this show. And as we mentioned a few months ago, Atari was priming itself to buy MobyGames, and it's happened. The Atari itself released a press release saying it has announced the acquisition, quote, of a long-standing video game database, MobyGames, and it cost them $1.5 million. I think this is awesome. I don't think anything is going to happen that's going to be bad. This is a renowned website in the games industry, and especially in game development, and it plays a vital role in chronicling the games that people worked on. And when I finally got on, well, I've been on MobyGames actually for years because I'm in special thanks on a bunch of games, but when I've got finally I'm going to get my developer credits on there as we get our games on the database. It takes a little while to do that. It's going to be very exciting. And I'm stoked about that. So I just wanted to give a shout out to MobyGames because we talk about them all the time on the show. Congratulations. Okay, guys, it's time to talk about what we're playing. Dustin, let's start with you. You're playing Elden Ring still. Anything to say?
Well, not anymore. As of last night. Well, I might do a little bit of stuff, but last night Colin, for you, I got the platinum trophy. I didn't do it for you, actually. I did it for me.
Did you really?
But yeah, I platted Elden Ring
Wow.
last night. So I'm
how did you do it? Did you manipulate your saves?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's one of those things where there's 3 trophies that for 3 different endings for this game. And so you could either play the game 3 times or you could save scum it. And I don't know. I don't feel bad about save scumming it because there's a ton of prep work to get all 3 of those endings that you have to do. So I did all that, obviously. But yeah, the platinum actually
that's a big boy move. Yeah,
well,
Elden Ring platinum. It's a big boy move.
It's a big boy move, but I think that people, if you're considering the platinum for this game, if you like going for platinums, I think that this is I don't want to say easiest platinum for a From Software game, but it's the most enjoyable, no doubt, because there are no trophies that I would consider highly annoying, which the 2 other From Software games I've platinum, Sekiro and Bloodborne, both have some that are annoying. Bloodborne, you have to do all the chalice dungeons and those. It's fun, but it can be grindy and really difficult. And then Sekiro requires you to hit the level cap, and the game is just not designed to do that really without just grinding the same area over and over. Elden Ring has a lot more like collect the legendary weapons, collect the best talismans. There's like 8 or 10 per list or whatever. So that actually made it kind of fun because towards the end of the game, like I was guide free. And then once I got a sense that I was nearing the end, I thought, well, I'll just look in and see what's required. And then I was like, well, it's not that bad. So I'm just going to do it. And obviously I had the help of a guide. If you didn't use a guide, you'd spend probably like 150 hours trying to get the platinum for this game, just because there's stuff that it's like, man, this is like a needle in a haystack of where you find this specific item on a map this big. But overall, as far as my thoughts on the game, they haven't really changed much since last week. I think it's still one of the best journeys I've ever been on in a game. It's going to be interesting to see. I think Jaffe just put out a video. I haven't watched it yet, but I agreed with the sentiment that it's going to affect future open world games. I think that it's going to maybe not necessarily like, hey, we're going to copy Elden Ring, but maybe it will question some sensibilities, particularly the ones Chris talked about last week, whether it's exploration or whatever. I will say as a negative point to this game is that I think there are some balancing issues at the very end, which this does bring into the point if we want to get into this about people that reviewed it and didn't review the very end. I don't know if that changes my overall take on the game, so maybe that would be the case with reviewers, but there's some weirdness with the final and most difficult bosses. A lot of one-shotting, even if you are perfectly leveled. It's almost like the game expects you. I don't want to say it expects you, but some of these bosses at the end are so hard and can one-shot you. It's like you want to figure out ways to, I don't want to say cheese it, like make it instantly beatable, but you want to figure out the way to get the absolute max amount of damage because there's the ability to survive very long in these fights is very low. I don't know if I like that. It felt like a weird dynamic for the last few bosses, and maybe that just was with my playthrough and the way I statted my character. I would love to talk to some other people about how their end game experience was, but overall, I just want to echo from last week. My expectations were much lower for this game, even though they were still high, and it exceeded them. Overall, it was fantastic. I recommend checking it out if you're interested and understand that it is still a From Software game. It's still a Souls game. If you didn't like other ones that you tried, you're probably not going to like this one. So maybe wait. If you're that curious, it'd probably be better to just wait until you can pick it up. And it's a less risky financial investment. But I'm really excited to do the spoiler cast. I know Maddie and I confirmed are going to be on it. We're working on some other people that would be very exciting. But now it's on back to Horizon Forbidden West. We're supposed to get like 6 inches of snow randomly here again in Pennsylvania. So I'm just planning on hunkering down and just diving back in, because I thought I was going to play both at the same time. And that just Elden Ring pulled me away. So I'm very excited to get back to Horizon.
All right. Let's get into, Chris, your thoughts on Elden Ring. We'll go to that first, and then we have some inquiries about Elden Ring I want to talk about before we get into the Horizon, which you and I have both been playing as well. So let's move to you for Elden Ring thoughts, if you have any.
I mean, I've in much in the same place that Dustin is, where like my opinions have not changed all that much. I'm still just finding so many things to love about it, and I'm just consistently lost in this world. And it's one of the first times that I've felt in the last really the last few generations that mystery has been brought back into the open world formula, where I feel like it's been robbed by a lot of things like Witcher Sense and focus modes and all these different, like even in Dying Light as well, and a lot of other open world games have this too, where you just like hold a button to see everything that's important, and you know it doesn't do that, and I really appreciate that, because it sucks me in, and it lets me it really, I don't know, it's such an enamoring game, even from somebody like me who did not really like Dark Souls at all. I was not big on Dark Souls 1, 2, or 3. Maybe I'd be better at them now that I have a lot more experience, but I didn't really love the super linear grindy approach to it. I felt very restricted. I liked Bloodborne a little more, and Sekiro I adored, and I feel like this is all the RPG flexibility of Dark Souls with the freedom of Sekiro, and just that whimsical kind of empty but also lived in feeling of Shadow of the Colossus, and I really can't get over it. I'm 45 hours in, nowhere near the end still, which is astounding, but I'm enjoying my time. I'm streaming it pretty consistently, but I'm still very much enjoying it. I haven't reached that bottleneck that a lot of people are talking about towards the end, where it gets insane. But Horizon, I jumped back into as well. And
wait, before we get back into Horizon, let
me
me ask these Elden Ring questions first, because then we'll talk about Horizon.
Right.
Bryce McCloskey wrote in and said, "Hey, CC and Big D, what's shaking? Elden Ring seems to be smash hit, even though From hasn't released official sales numbers. Steam Spy reports that Elden Ring has sold 10 million on PC, which is pretty crazy for only 2 weeks. Assuming this is true and PlayStation sold a similar amount with Xbox chipping in sales, also, would that mean Elden Ring has sold over 20 million copies in less than a month, with many more to come? Does this mean FromSoft has had its Monster Hunter World moment and now is mainstream? Colin, does this make you rethink your comment about Souls being too much for the average Joe and make you want to give it a shot? Very interesting, nonetheless. Cheers." Thank you, Bryce, for writing in. So I don't know about these Steam Spy numbers. I think that they're probably accurate. I don't know. 10 million is a lot. That's a lot of copies. Yeah. But I saw that the concurrents at launch for Elden Ring were like in the top 10 in Steam history or something. So obviously this game is massive. I was looking at, because I was talking on our Discord about, and I was a little, I guess, not a little, I think I'm going to be wrong, because before we had more information, really, I was like, I feel like people are underestimating, because people are like, Horizon is going to struggle in sales. I'm like, Horizon Zero Dawn sold 20 million copies. I don't think it's going to struggle in sales.
Yeah.
But there's no doubt that its relation to this game has created some sort of vacuum for the other game. We'll talk about how it affects Horizon in a second, but as far as I can tell, From's biggest game is Dark Souls 3. And that game sold 10 million copies, I think, or 12 million copies. So this clearly, I think, is going to be their very biggest game. Dustin, what do you think? As a From fan, it seems pretty obvious to me. I mean, we'll have to wait, but it seems fairly obvious that this game is an absolute smash hit. And I don't think, well, I don't want to say I don't think it's because of the game. I think it's obviously because of the game ultimately. But I don't think what's attracting people is the game itself, but rather the coverage of the game, which then gets them through the door and to find something that they'll probably like, or maybe they won't. But I feel like, yeah, it's obvious there's something huge here. Something I didn't realize that Elden Ring was going to be this big. I assumed Elden Ring was going to be big, but I didn't think it was going to be this big.
Oh, I didn't think so either. I think that what this can really show, at least to me, is that the hardest of core Souls fans have always tried to convince you that these games are for the hardest of core gamers. And that has never really been true. No doubt, they're not casual games. Like, this isn't something that maybe I could teach Holly to play it, but like, Holly beat Breath of the Wild and plays tons of stuff. She's playing Octopath right now. She beat Dragon Quest. She would not be into Elden Ring at all. Maybe I could show her, but I don't know. So it's not that these are like universally approachable games, but they're also not like these insane, like, oh my God, you beat this, blah, blah, blah. So I'm glad to see it have its huge success moment. I don't know if this is, I feel like really since Bloodborne, I mean, these games have had mainstream appeal, no doubt. It's just, I think, reached a new height when you get a game that is this universally praised and discussed. And I think that's one of the aspects too, is this game is just, it begs to be discussed and say, hey, did you find this when I was playing? It's a game that creates stories from gameplay that aren't written. The gameplay writes some of the stories that you tell and discuss with friends. So
it's a water cooler game.
Yeah.
Like, it really is one of those kinds of like, oh, did you get to this guy? It's like, oh yeah, he did this. Like, it's very much like one of those games you could just have endless conversations about. And this is nowhere near any, like, Dark Souls 3 was like huge. Bloodborne was big. This is on a different apex. Like, my Lacey texted me out of the blue. He's like, are you playing Elden Ring? and like, my niece and like my aunt was talking about it. My aunt doesn't know what the fuck a video game is, I don't even think. But she was like, are you playing? Do you know what this Elden Ring thing is? It's crazy how big this thing is. Like, it's way, way, way bigger than any of us anticipated. I don't think anybody could have predicted this. Even with a name like George R.R. Martin attached to it, you figure, like, what could that really, we always assumed it would be big because of that in some way, but like, not. This is one of the craziest things I've seen as far as game, like, just sheer recognition since probably Skyrim was the last time that I've seen a game just break out into the mainstream where, like, people who are completely outside of it have heard about it or know something about it. And I see why. I totally get it.
Now let's talk about Horizon, because we have a couple questions about Horizon and Elden Ring combined, but we should get Horizon back on the board. So Chris, as I interrupted you before, you were talking about Forbidden West, and I'm curious where you're at right now. I'm very deep into the game, and yeah, I'll save my thoughts until you're done. But what do you make of it?
Yeah, so I've reached San Francisco. I'm doing a little bit of leveling because I think I reached there a little bit too. I'm getting my ass handed to me, so I'm like, all right, I gotta do a little bit of some side stuff, and I'm trying to level up I'm trying to level up Aloy, and I'm just getting all these, like, new weapons, and I'm having a good time with it. I'm having a good time with the story, even if I am at a point now where I kind of have to grind a little bit. I'm no stranger to grinding, especially now, so it's fine. But I'm enjoying the combat more as I unlock the tree. The tree is like a deceptively satisfying one to move through, because there are so many different gameplay altering mechanics that are just sort of tucked away that you have no idea would be there if you just sort of played the first hour. Things like, I brought it up last time, but even just something as simple as like knocking 3 arrows in the same shot and just unlocking fire and poison and all these different damage types, and unlocking new shortcuts for quick trap dispersals, and just the way that you can lunge off of the top of grapple points after you grapple onto it and then glide down and like do critical hits. And it's a really, when you get into a rhythm of combat, it's a very, very satisfying experience from a gameplay standpoint. The one aspect, and it's been getting somehow worse as I go through the game. And it's something that I couldn't put my finger on when I first started it. And it's something that I couldn't even put my finger on when I first played Horizon Zero Dawn, but it sticks out very clear to me now, especially in juxtaposition to Elden Ring's very silent, offhands approach, is I just don't know why Aloy feels the need to narrate the solutions to every puzzle or gameplay mechanic or fight that I'm a part of. Because there are points where I think narratively it makes sense. It's like, okay, I got to go here, or maybe there's like something that tells you about the character a little bit or where they're coming from, emotionally speaking. And I get that. That's character development. But when I'm 15 hours into the game and I'm using focus mode to see a thing up on a mountain, I don't need Aloy to say, I could probably reach that ledge if I jump off the rocks, or like, oh, that ledge is a little bit far away. I could probably make it if I get a running start. It's like before I've even had a chance to even assess what the gameplay challenge is, it's already explicitly like stated to me, like verbally, and it feels very condescending to me. Like it feels like the game doesn't think I'm smart enough to figure this stuff out on my own, and it's very frustrating. It's the most frustrating part of exploration, in my opinion, like that I've experienced. Like, oh, I gotta, or even just when you're scanning like a machine and you're waiting for it to load. It does that little loading thing, right, where it's like gathering intel or whatever. Before it's gathered the intel, Aloy's like, oh, I must be weak to acid damage, and then it pops up. It's like, oh, acid. It's just little things like, I'm using the tools here to try and engage with the world that you've set up. And it's a very interesting world to take part in. And it's fun to explore, and it's fun to climb, and it's fun to find the solutions to all these things. But it becomes really frustrating when all that fun is kind of like taken away and just sort of given to you. Like, oh, here you go. I feel like the audio frequency of her narrating these things should have been an accessibility option, or like maybe like maybe like a difficulty thing, because it detracts a lot more than maybe it should, but I'm just noticing it a lot. Like, and it's very constant. I played for, I think, I captured footage for like 2 hours, for like, no, it was like an hour and 15 minutes or something. And the amount of clips of audio that I was able to gather of her just narrating the obvious is staggering for that amount of time. And it's just, I don't know. It's the one part of this game that I think is really ancient or like very, very not well placed. And it's made all the more frustrating because the rest of the game is so good. The story is so good, and the performances are so good, and the gameplay is so satisfying, and the fighting and combat and piecing together like what damage type goes with what components, and being able to swipe in under a machine and swipe the component before it's able to stomp you. Like, it's really gratifying and super satisfying and kinetic and fun. And then that other half of the game that's exploration led is just robbed of its exploration by the narration. And it's just like, it's a juxtaposition that I can't help but notice. It's just a little clunky.
It sounds like it needs that mode from Biomutant. Remember they turned the thing where you could turn the narration off, or you could like scale it. That actually maybe would work. It's like, hey, I only want Aloy to, talk. That sounds so demeaning. Only talk when there's some story going on. Well, something like that. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, it's frustrating because she has such a good performance, but then it's used on these lines that I just don't feel like need to be like, I can make this jump if I run. It's like, yeah, I've been doing that. I'm 15, 17 hours in. Of course I know that.
It's funny that you say this because I've noticed it as well, but I actually, well, first of all, I've said before, I hate games. I hate puzzles in games. So when she's like, just run and do this, I'm like, great, thanks, Aloy, because I don't want to fucking sit here and figure this out. So it's just the way I want to play a game. But what I've noticed about it, in my own opinion, is these are the little signs, in my opinion, good or bad, but the little signs of a game that is made for a lot of money. And because
yeah.
How did they get all of these different things that she says? Because they watched people play the game over and over and over and over and over again. They saw where they were getting stuck. Then they had Ashley Birch go into a audio booth and record a bunch of lines. Then they went and sprinkled them around where they needed them. That's exactly what happened. And that level of microscopic play sessions, which Sony is very well known to do. If you ever talk to people that have done them, they're NDA'd up the ass, but they'll talk to you once in a while. Mm-hmm. It's fascinating. And so from that perspective, I'm like, this is a, but you might be saying that maybe you've overthought this a little bit. And to wit, I mean, we've seen these screens, and you had brought them up. You guys have both brought them up. I think the screens with the really flooded HUD that's making fun of the game or making fun of Ubisoft style games. And I said when I first started playing Horizon that I was overwhelmed by the HUD, and I had to turn a bunch of stuff off. I'm like, God almighty, I can't see the screen. What the hell's going on?
Thank God you can do that, you know. Thank God that's available to you, that you can shut that stuff off.
I concur. And so I'll say this about Horizon, because I want to save a lot of my thoughts for the spoiler cast, obviously. I'm 60 something hours in to the game. I'm maxed out at level. And
what level is the max?
50. All right. And
so I'm halfway there.
I'm basically trying to do things in the order that the game recommends them. So as things pop up, they give you level recommendations. But I've always way outspanned the level recommendations. And this is one of my major complaints about Horizon, that I think this goes into design and deep design. And I'm surprised that they didn't nail this better, considering how much money went into obviously playtesting this. Is that the game, I'm not running around doing nothing. I'm doing something all the time. And I'm way over leveled. I feel like the level cap being at 50 is totally arbitrary. Either make it harder to get to level 50 or give me something above level 50. And this is where I was thinking about single player design. It would be even interesting, like if you could prestige or something in a game like this, or do something to reset and kind of keep some strength, but also start again or try a different build and all that kind of stuff. I just, that's a disappointment for me, because I'm going through the game and what I feel like I'm playing it the way I feel like they intend the completionist to play it. And so it says, go do this, recommended level 8, but I'm level 10. And I'm like, okay, well, that's the lowest level thing I can do. And then now it's like, go do this, recommended level 32. I'm like, I'm level 50. I don't know what the fuck happened here, but I'm not running around just fighting monsters or fighting robots for no reason. It's not happening. I'm doing everything the game's telling me to do, and I am somehow 18 levels plus above where I'm supposed to be right now. That's a problem. I mean, that's a design problem. And that, by the way, goes into why you must play a game all the way through to really have a criticism of it and play it the way that it's intended to be played, which I think is the great things that this game does, as Chris was saying, in the performance and in the presentation. And I think the story is awesome too. I love the story. It's just totally bonkers story. I had no idea that it was going to go in this direction. And it's awesome.
It is a wacky story in a good way. Yeah, it's like very like out there sci-fi, and it's like it's definitely, you know, it's not I wouldn't say it's, you know, it's not Last of Us like super, you know, sad mature storytelling, but it's fun. Not it's like, it's not campy, but like the like the plot is, you know what I mean? Like it's very like clones and just like there's a lot of aspects to it that's very, very fun, and it's delivered very, very well. And I like the story so far.
Yeah, I love it. I think the performances are phenomenal, and so it's kind of sad to see the design aspect not quite reach that. They needed to put more time. They need to put more thought into like, what if people actually do everything? I feel like they didn't design the game that way, but it's like, dude, many people are going to play the game like that. Many people are obsessed with, and I'm the same way. Like, I don't like going to the next quest main story thing until I've done everything I can do. And then I do the next main quest. Then I explore and get new things to do. And I do those. Then I go to the main quest and so on and forth. I never mainline shit ever. And I feel like they almost didn't take that into account. And then it makes me wonder, well, why did you put all this stuff in the game then? Because now I feel like I'm doing things, you know, when you kill a machine or you kill a human and it says like you killed it a certain way, maybe there's a little bonus and then says what experience you get from it. That experience thing just doesn't appear anymore for me. It's just, I'm just killing shit. And it's like, even if you were just going to let me keep going just to get more HP or something, this kind of sucks because now I'm pretty much maxed out, but there's a plethora of things for me to do. I think my completion rating is about 70%. I have 64% of the trophies. So I don't know, that I wanted to be balanced and say that to me is a weakness to the game. If you play it the way that you feel like you want to play it as a completionist, it almost doesn't reward you. It rewards you with an overpowered character, which is not what I really want. But I must say, to your point, Chris, the combat is just so good. The combat is so good in Horizon. Some of the best combat I've ever seen. I really believe that. And open world, as far as the beauty of the open world, the life of the open world, I compare it a lot to Red Dead Redemption. I think and we talked about this last time, I think RDR was in some ways more impressive because I think it was more alive with characters, but I think this world is much more beautiful.
Yeah.
The thing about this world is that it's here's an interesting point in the game, and I don't know if I'm sure people bring this up, but global warming has taken root in this world. If you look at the map of the United States, the coastline's totally different. And I don't want to spoil the end of the game, but you figure that out. I mean, literally, but all the coastline's all fucked up. So global warming has somehow reshaped the planet, and with it has come flora and fauna and colors that seem a little supernatural. That's maybe another complaint I have, but where, like I said, it kind of looks like Amalur. It doesn't really look like Earth. Now I don't know if that's what they were going for, but that's cool.
I think there is like an idea of that to kind of make it look alien on purpose, even though it is, home.
Right.
I think that was intentional. There is like an element of fantastical art direction going on. Like Red Dead Redemption 2 is a good point of comparison. I think what's so impressive about Red Dead Redemption 2 is how everything looks so good, and yet it's also mundane because it has to be, because it's just real. It's just the real world. Right. It doesn't have the added benefit of having all these like fake plants and shit, and yet it still looks incredible. Like there's a lot of scenes in Red Dead Redemption 2 that still stick out to me, like walking up to the mansion and the way the camera like frames you, and you're so good. But yeah, no, I think it's a gorgeous game. Like I can't imagine anybody having an issue with the way the game looks. I know there is that shimmer, but which I think was addressed. I haven't noticed it anymore.
Yeah,
I noticed it when I
patched.
first. Yeah, I noticed it when I first played it, but it quickly it just became like, okay, that's whatever. It fades out pretty quickly when you just accept it. That's how the game runs. And but it's a gorgeous looking game. The way the plants move and the wind kind of moves through trees, and the fog in particular, I'm impressed with. It's like a very clever way of managing draw distance while also still looking fantastic. Just a very good looking game.
Yeah, I agree.
And man, those teeth polygons,
It was I'm disappointed that it seems like a lot of critics dismiss this game by trying to play it quickly. I think it's a game that requires time. I feel like I've really enjoyed my time with it. I look forward to playing it every day, sitting with it and playing it every day. And the only reason I've slowed down a little bit is because I'm watching Game of Thrones for Knockback, which I've seen before, but I'm that's 10 hours of my life per season. So it's difficult for me to try to find the time to do all these things while still do all the work we need to do for the companies. But nonetheless, I am excited to be close to the end. I think by the time we record again, I will be done and moved on. The only question now is to what I will move on to. And I don't know what the answer to that question is yet, but I wanted to read this now that we've gotten both Horizon and Elden Ring on the table. Chris Miklius wrote in and said, "Hey folks, have you been seeing the devs from various other companies like Guerrilla and Ubisoft complaining about Elden Ring? I get that the game, of course, has issues and those are worth discussing, but the tone of what I was reading just came across as quite petty and jealous. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I appreciate your thoughts either way. Thanks and have a great week." Now, it should be clear that Guerrilla is hundreds of people and Ubisoft thousands of people. So we don't want to like point at the studios and say they're all complaining, but I don't know if you guys saw, it was surprising to see a few complaints from people. So a Ubisoft designer said something like, quote, "The reviewers don't give a flaming poop about game UX. My life is a lie." And he said, quote, "The user experience is generally awful. Nothing about this thing feels intentional or play tested." And then Nix's software producer, so Nix's Sony-owned studio. Rebecca Fernandez O'Shea said, quote, nor PC graphics stability and performance, apparently. And then Guerrilla Games' Blake Robuche, who's a designer, said, nor Quest design, really. And I don't know what's going on with this, these complaints, but I found it a little petty, a little weird.
Yeah.
I understand if your entire life for the last 5 years has revolved around the Quest design of Horizon Forbidden West, and then you have people saying it was more fun to not have any Quest design in another similar game that came out at the same time. That's tough, but that's reality. I mean, that's just the way that people feel. I think you got to kind of sheathe your sword. What do you make of this, Chris?
Yeah, I didn't, because somebody was in my Twitch chat and they said, did you see, it's the same way that everybody phrases it. Did you see Gorilla complaining? I was like, there's no way Gorilla complained. Like I
press release.
I was, because I was playing Elden Ring while I was like, I'm sure like maybe one person from Gorilla, but that's not the studio. And I was surprised by even what I saw, because it is a very petty, it came across as very petty, because like Ubisoft developers of any kind of complaining about user experience is genuinely baffling to me, because the Ubisoft method, the Ubisoft school of design for open world games for the last decade has been so formulaic and just standard, and just it functions. You know, that's great. I'm glad it functions, but it's not refreshing or interesting or exciting. So like I don't know why that complaint would. And by the way, it should be noted, I've seen several developers tweet about this since then who've worked at Ubisoft and worked at Guerrilla and worked at other places, who have been like, no, I disagree with this entirely. No, Ubisoft, even people who worked at Ubisoft are like, no, the Ubisoft model of open world stuff is annoying and boring and old. Like, we need a shakeup.
Right.
Like, these are people who worked at these studios, because even they understand it's like what's marketable isn't necessarily what's exciting. And I think, you know, it comes from a sense of insecurity, because I think the idea is, the way that I've been thinking about these two games in particular recently is the idea that we've spent a lot of time this generation, or not this generation, but this past decade, kind of hammering away at an open world formula that was kind of set in place by things like Assassin's Creed. And we sort of asked ourselves, okay, this is the way open worlds are meant to be designed. How do we make it so it's a little less annoying? You know, and they hammer out the bugs of this annoying system and make it as unannoying as possible. But it's still kind of the framework of that original flawed system. And so when another game comes along and it's like, hey, we didn't build our system with that thing at all, that one's obviously going to seem more interesting, and it's going to command more of the conversation. I think even when talking about Horizon's a very, very well-designed open world game. Horizon does all of the bad things that Ubisoft games do, but they do it really, really well, you know, and they do it in a really satisfying way and in a really cohesive way. But there's always going to be a conversation when it's compared to another game that just doesn't do the bad things in the first place, you know, and that's kind of how I look at it. It's not that Horizon's bad. It's not that these open world games are bad. Like, these are different preferences, you know, like these are, you know, there are certain games that I love. Far Cry 3, I loved. Would I play Far Cry 3 again? Probably not. If it was new, you know, like if it was the same exact thing again, probably not, because things are meant to change and things are meant to evolve. And I don't know, I'm rambling a little bit, but I feel like people just got to accept the fact that there are different ways to make the same types of games, and that's okay. You know?
Yeah, I think also Ubisoft deserves its props for setting off a decade plus long spree of copycats, which is exactly what happened. Yeah. And it probably is frustrating it certainly is frustrating to see you create something. I mean, we always talk about PUBG, right? I'd be so frustrated if I were them, just because we're big and we made money and stuff, but we kind of pioneered this thing that got taken from us. And that's kind of what happened with Ubisoft. We talk about even WRPG design from Fallout 3 to Witcher 3. 7-year period between those games. So I look at a situation with Horizon, and I kind of conflate it in some way with my experience watching Game of Thrones again. And Micah and I were having this conversation because she's kind of struggling with the sexual content in Game of Thrones, or I'm sorry, the violent content in Game of Thrones. I kind of just am disinterested in the sexual content. I just think it's a little much, as I've said before. And I was talking to her, I'm like, wouldn't it be interesting if you could like watch Game of Thrones totally customized and tell HBO Max, I don't want to see any nudity and I don't want to see any violence. Instead of HBO Max telling me that it's there, I tell HBO Max to algorithmically remove the scenes or truncate the show in such a way to remove the most violent or most sexual or whatever things. And it got me thinking, I like that idea, by the way. I don't think it's going to be possible with old things, but I think you can actually engineer new things to be made exactly like that. And then you can actually pitch the same product at like multiple generations of people. And there's something really intriguing about that. But I was thinking about it in terms of hyper customization of games. And I know that Fallout tried to do this a little bit with the survival mode and all of that, where you have to sleep and you can't fast travel and that kind of stuff's cool. I think maybe the answer is to just, as you were saying earlier, Chris, with Aloy's kind of situational conversation, is to just let people customize the game to the nth degree. To the exact nature you want it to be. And that's not going to be possible with most games, but with a game that costs $150 or $200 million, like this game did to make it so that it resonates with everyone more. And the way you do that is to just make very basic customization, because in some ways, Forbidden West is a marvel of UI. The fast travel system is insanely good. The map system is great. The upgrade systems are great. The menus are quick and fluid. It's just, we have to think next generationally about the way these issues present themselves. And I don't know, I think a lot of it goes back into just hyper customization. We mention accessibility controls, but there's more to it than that, I think.
I think hyper customization is kind of what I mean, even The Last of Us too, with its insane accessibility options. I know that's not exactly, I mean, that is customization. That's like insane, because it like and even with the Shadow of the Tomb Raider, I think was the
where it had like different difficulties
sliders for
like puzzles and stuff, which is cool.
It had different difficulty sliders for puzzles, exploration, and combat. And I thought that was so cool. That is such an interesting idea, and the fact that it's there is like I want that in more things. And I would love to play something like an Assassin's Creed where I felt like I actually had to pay attention to the world instead of following the big diamond in the fucking sky.
And that's what's so attractive to me about Elden Ring when hearing people talk about it. I love the idea of just saying like, here it is, here's the world, bye. And that's really attractive. What's not attractive is the difficulty in the combat. I would rather the difficulty in the world be in the world, like just literally hitting your head against the wall, not knowing quite what to do or where to go. I'd rather that level of difficulty than like what Dustin is describing at the end. It's like, I don't know if I want to even bother then. I just don't, because I don't have patience. I don't have patience.
Yeah. Those games are not for the patience-less.
Horizon is so trivially easy, I think, that in most respects that I died yesterday just doing something stupid, like not paying attention. And I just was like, I can't fucking believe I died, and just to stop playing it for that session. So it's like the exact opposite. I can't have that reaction with Elden Ring because I'll get nowhere with it. I mean, it's so funny because that idea of exploration is so very attractive to me.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple more things. BMJ614 said, hey, CDC, it seems the Horizon series is going through some sort of curse. With Horizon Zero Dawn being overshadowed by Breath of the Wild in 2017 and Horizon Forbidden West being overshadowed by Elden Ring at the end of February this year, my question is, what game will probably take the steam from Horizon 3 if it were ever released? Now, his answer, I think, is right on the money, by the way, in terms of timing. He says, my vote is going towards Elder Scrolls 6. What do you all think? I think we're about 5 years away from Elder Scrolls 6, maybe 4.
Yeah.
And I think if Horizon 3 did come out, we're probably 4 years away from that too. So it would be poor Horizon. I mean, let me just say that before I throw it over to you, Chris. Just poor Horizon. It's really, that's really situationally too bad. But you have to think about all the games that are not good that get released in the shadow of a game like Elden Ring and how they just get crushed into nothing, into nothingness.
Yeah.
Horizon Zero Dawn sold 20 million copies. It was fine. The only thing is that Breath of the Wild is one of the best regarded games of all time. So it doesn't really matter. Horizon almost seemed to have, and now we're seeing this. It's just a timing situation. I don't know. What do you think about this?
It is. Look, it's a little funny that this happened twice in a row because it's so unlikely that this would happen. So you're wondering like what the hat trick is. Like what is the what's the? I don't think it's Elder Scrolls. You know what I think it is? I'm gonna do you one better. I think it's the next Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, 6.
I think like Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah.
If that, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
me
Jesus.
neither. No, me neither.
But can you imagine? Good Lord, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, that's whenever Rockstar reveals Grand Theft Auto 6's even release year. When they say the game is coming out, let's say 2025 or something, it's going to be a big deal for everyone else in the industry. They're going to be like, "Oh my god, we can't release a game in 2025." Or if you find out it's like March 2025, it's like we can't release a game in April, May, June, July, August, September, October. What are we going to do? It's the antithesis of what we were saying last week when we know that there will not be a Call of Duty game in 2023.
Yeah.
And that's prime fucking real estate. That's prime time. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, what are we going to do?" And now everyone's going to run to that space and they're all going to kill each other. That's my prediction.
Oh yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of rushed games that are not ready. As if that would be any different from how it is now, but
yeah, exactly. We're right.
But there will definitely be like
rushed games that are not ready.
Yeah. There will be more of them come fall 2023, I assure you.
Dustin, what do you think about this? How do you feel about the luck or lack thereof of Horizon? Great games. I think renowned great games will sell well. I don't know if Forbidden West will do From Zero's numbers. That was a new metal band I listened to.
Oh,
Zero Dawn's numbers. And that's what I was saying actually in the Discord. I had actually said before I really understood how well Elden Ring was doing, I'm like, Elden Ring can do well now. Horizon and Gran Turismo 7 will both outsell Elden Ring in like 5 years. Let's check in. I don't know about that. I don't know. I think Gran Turismo 7 is going to be fine. I'm not so sure about Horizon now. So anyway, what do you think about its luck, and what do you think might interrupt it if it comes back again? And it will obviously have a third game.
It is ironic that I don't think something we touched on is the fact that people don't like this comparison, but I don't care because it's true. There's a lot of Breath of the Wild in Elden Ring. A lot of the way that its exploration leads how you play the game. I'm not saying they're 1-to-1, but I described it, I think, to somebody that like, I like to think that Horizon is like one of the best examples of like what we now consider traditional open world. Like Chris was saying earlier, they got all of maybe not all, but a lot of the elements really, really right, you know? But then you have it contrast against Elden Ring, which feels totally new. So I wonder what would that new experience be like in 5 years? That's the question. 5 years from now, I don't know. I feel like GTA will be sooner than that, but I feel like Elder Scrolls will be farther away, just because I was thinking about Bethesda I was making the thumbnail for Duke earlier today, and I was like, man, they just don't release games very often, do they? And think about Fallout 4. It's like, man, it's been so long.
6.5 years, yeah. It'll be 7 years. It'll be 7 years when Starfield comes out, if it comes out when it's supposed to, which I think it will. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, they had 76, Dustin. How could you forget?
Oh, I'm trying. I'm trying to.
They really didn't make that game, though. I don't know why they took credit for that game. I don't know why they did that.
It just works.
It was like, are we really expected to believe that they made that? I don't know. The satellite made it. All right. Finally, I wanted to ask you this, Chris, before we went. Phil McCarthy wrote in and said, "How's the form, lads?" This is a quick one for the human wet dream known as Chris. With the February from heaven we've just experienced, did you manage to finish Prey? I picked it up based on your glowing early opinion and adore it, but it has fallen through the cracks in favor of Horizon. Should I jump back in before indulging in another massive open world like Elden Ring or Cyberpunk? Thanks for everything, guys, and keep on flicking the bean. Yikes.
Oh.
Chris, Prey.
Yeah.
Did you finish it?
So no, I think I put it down at 6 hours. Not because I wanted to stop playing it, just because, again, this was a busier February than I anticipated, because I didn't even plan on I planned on originally just playing Horizon. I had no interest in Elden Ring, really. Like, I thought, like, oh, maybe I'd get around to it. And I just heard everybody talking about it, and I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna get this whole game ruined for me if I don't jump in now. Because there's clips on Twitter all the time of, like, surprises and bosses, and it's like, all right, I can't do my job effectively and also go into this with fresh eyes. So I'm just going to start Elden Ring, and I'm playing both of those at the same time. I have no room for Prey right now. Prey is an immersive sim, so it requires a lot of the player to kind of do almost like Dungeons and Dragons style imagination heavy lifting, where you're kind of like, okay, I am not playing a video game right now. I am here, and you're actively trying to put yourself in that world, and that's very hard when you're distracted by two very, very engrossing experiences. So I am going to wait until I finish Horizon. I think I could manage maybe Elden Ring at the same time, because they are different enough games. But I want to get the Horizon out of the way first, because it's a story, and I want to finish that story before I can focus on my own Prey narrative that's going on. But I love Prey. I cannot wait to get back into it. I've been itching to play it, actually, because I just uploaded a stream, the last stream I did, to a second channel of mine, and I'm just like, oh man, this was so good. But if the question is, do you jump back in before indulging in another massive open world game, I would say, look, man, jump into whatever you want to, but understand that you cannot juggle Prey and Elden Ring, or especially Prey and you cannot juggle Prey and Cyberpunk. Those are two very similar kind of styled games. Like, not that Cyberpunk's an immersive sim, but they're both like first-person RPG-esque. I can't imagine that's going to be a fun experience for you. You're going to mix up controls all the fucking time, especially because Prey's control scheme is so weird and wonky. I would suggest with a game like Prey, remain as undistracted as possible. That would be my advice to you. But if you're playing Horizon right now, just get through Horizon. Prey will be there. Prey's not a live service that's going to vault content in in a few weeks. Like, you're fine. That's the great thing about single player games.
I typically try to keep one 3D and one 2D game going at most at a time.
Yeah. It gets a little hard when multiple 3D games
Prey
at the same time.
I don't know. Maybe one day I'll go back, but I doubt it. I still don't know what I'm going to play next. We'll see. Cyberpunk is an option. I was thinking about Monarch. Maybe playing that next.
Yeah.
I was reading some reviews. That Push Square review is the worst review of score-wise, but I read some RPG-centric reviews, and it's not supposed to be that bad. I mean, I'm very curious about it. So maybe I will do that. Also, no missable trophies. Yes, I looked. Okay. Let's get into the news. We have quite a few things to get into. Of course, we're going to talk about what happened with State of Play. But before we do that, let's talk about this big piece of news, starting with number one. The PlayStation Productions train keeps rolling, this time with word of a God of War television series, which has apparently gained interest from none other than Amazon for their vaunted Amazon Prime streaming service. Word comes by way of film and television industry publication Deadline, which reports that the TV adaptation of God of War is under development by the same Amazon production and creative talent that helped bring both The Expanse and Wheel of Time from book form to television via Amazon Prime in recent years. As noted by Deadline, if this show happens, and it seems likely that it will, though nothing has been publicly acknowledged nor announced as of yet, it'll mark the third TV iteration of a PlayStation IP currently in production via PlayStation Productions. The other two, of course, are HBO's eagerly anticipated TV rendition of The Last of Us and the embryonic Twisted Metal project, which has been picked up by the NBC Peacock streaming service. As we all know, an Uncharted movie just launched in theaters to commercial success as well, and a Ghost of Tsushima film is apparently also in the works. As for God of War, it's unclear which game or games, or even which era, the series might take place in. God of War, of course, began as a PlayStation 2 exclusive action series in 2005, with a sequel also on PS2 in 2007. In 2010, God of War 3 came to PS3. That's widely considered the best one, followed by Ascension several years later. Apart in the old style, I should say. Apart from some PSP spin-offs, the only other God of War game is, of course, the mega hit 2018 God of War reboot on PS4, which brought the franchise in a Norse direction. The follow-up, Ragnarok, is due out on PS4 and PS5 later this year and comes from the same internal development team that has long shepherded the IP, Santa Monica Studio. Nadan Patil wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Fam, are you all excited to see Tom Holland play Kratos in the God of War Amazon Prime TV show?" Thank you for writing in, Nadan. Dustin, let's start with you. God of War coming to TV. Now, I'm trying to be less skeptical. In fact, I have to program that into myself as a permanent thing because, as we noted on our spoiler cast for the Uncharted movie, it just wasn't that bad. I mean, it certainly wasn't the games, but it wasn't that bad. And I think with The Last of Us, we're going to probably find something that's pretty high quality. HBO equals high quality for the most part. They have some misses, but not many. I mean, not many. Twisted Metal, I'm a little skeptical of just because I don't know, but you have to kind of wrap your mind around the fact that it's supposed to be a comedy. So, are you looking for that sort of thing or not? I think the biggest thing for me is I don't know how you do Kratos. I just don't understand how that's done. Kratos is not human. He's huge. You need to have a big actor, and I'm talking about like a 6'8", 6'10" at the least dude playing him. And I don't know. I struggle with how it's going to be done. The other problem I have, by the way, and I must admit this, is that I've always looked at Kratos as a black character. He was played by a black man, of course, and voiced by a black man, but I look at him as a black character, like a black actor playing that role. And I think that's going to be tough to do if you're going to just paint the dude white and put all sorts of weird makeup on him and kind of ambiguize, and that's not a word, but his race. I just feel like there's a lot of different problems because Kratos is Kratos. It's just, I don't know. I don't know how you're going to do it. I don't think, by the way, there's any prayer they do the old Kratos. I think this has got to be the new one. So what do you, anyway, I'm sorry, talking a lot. What do you think?
Well, I was going to say, if it was the old one, maybe Kratos, he kills his family and then he goes to a Papa John's.
Right.
He's like, I'm in a Papa John's right now.
Spoilers.
Yeah. A spoiler of a ridiculous moment in the Uncharted movie. But yeah, I think that it would, maybe they could do something where if they're doing the new, the 2018 God of War, that they do maybe like a Lost type thing where you're seeing flashbacks of what like setting up the character, because they have to go from the perspective that they have to give the audience that knows nothing about Kratos a way to understand why he is the way he is. So that actually would maybe be an interesting way to kind of like do a split. As far as who, my instant thought, maybe this is just too obvious, is to have Jason Momoa as Kratos, just because I think of him as from Game of Thrones, of course. Which he's like also like Aquaman too, right?
Yeah.
He could be an interesting fit. And how about him and then Tom Holland as Atreus as boy.
As boy.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Momoa casting is interesting. I'm watching Game of Thrones, so that's on the tip of my tongue right now.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's the physical presence of Kratos that is going to be difficult to do.
Right.
Not only in terms of the boy, but if they do that version of God of War, but in terms of other humans. You see in the PS2 God of Wars, he's huge. Like during even the sexual scenes when the girls are all over him and whatever, he's massive. I just feel like without that scale, Kratos looks goofy. It's if you have a 6'2" Kratos running around, it's just not going to work. It's going to look like shit. And that's what I'm afraid of. Chris, what do you think about this idea?
That's just a problem with big characters in general, where it's hard to make them look good in live action in the way that they look in games. It's the same thing with Master Chief right now with that Halo show, where it's like Master Chief's like 7 feet tall. It's gonna be weird to see like he looks like he could just work in like a deli. If he's just a normal guy. It's just like, I don't know. It is very bizarre to imagine Kratos, as hulking as he is, just being like as tall as my uncle, like it's just very bizarre. But I don't know. This is, maybe you can get Scarlett Johansson to play him.
Oh,
because she got in trouble for playing that Hawaiian chicken Aloha or whatever. I don't know. I think my opinion is that I just don't understand why we feel the need to do these particular games as live action things. Like I feel like I honestly, this is probably going to sound super weird. I have the most faith that Twisted Metal will be good. Just because Twisted Metal has such a low bar in the first place. It's such a you can do so much with it that's not bound by canon and not bound by a fantastic performance in another medium. Whereas like The Last of Us, I don't know how you can improve the narrative design of The Last of Us by making it an uninteractable medium. I don't know how you can improve how good and interesting God of War 2018's single shot camera perspective was without the fact that it's a game that you're interacting with and experiencing. I just find it a little redundant in my opinion, and I feel like it's going to be an uphill battle for both of these shows. HBO with The Last of Us, I'm sure they're going to do a fine job, but even if they do as good a job as HBO typically does, will it be as good as the game? I don't know, man. Like, I think what's so impressive about these things is that they are games. And when you take that away from them, it just becomes, another good dramatic story on a TV network or a streaming service. It just feels confusing.
That speaks to my pessimism.
No, I know, and I hate to be that guy, but I feel, but at the same time, it's a weird bit of optimism too, because I feel like Twisted Metal is going to be hilarious. I really do feel like Twisted Metal is probably going to be good, just because like how could you?
It's got great talent. It's got great talent associated with it. People love the Deadpool movies.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to be a better story than the games. You know what I mean?
No,
like how could it?
David.
How could it?
He listens as well.
You know what I mean?
I know,
like it. This.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care either.
I'm sorry, David.
I'm sorry.
I have a scoop real quick, but I don't want to interrupt.
I have nothing else to say. Please, go on.
So I just remember this in the back of my mind somehow. I can't remember what I said last week on the show, but I remembered this. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, in an interview with Men's Journal in January of this year, said, quote, "I can't tell you which game in particular we're doing, but there will be an announcement this year. We're bringing one of the biggest, most badass games to the screen, one that I've played for years. I'm really excited to bring it to fans around the world. Of course, we're going to do it right by our gamer friends, but we're really just going to make a great movie." Obviously, he's talking about a film and not a series, but when these things are being pitched, sometimes they can change from movie to series or whatever. Mm-hmm. Is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson going to be our Kratos?
That would I think you might be making a good connection. This isn't tenuous. I don't think this is there's something maybe here. I don't know if that would work, but that's the kind of person I'm talking about.
Right.
Chris doesn't
Big
like
boy.
it. You don't like The Rock as Kratos?
It's just gonna be The Rock. It's just The Rock. I'm not gonna be able to not see The Rock. You're the guy who sang "You're Welcome." Yeah, I'm gonna think you're Kratos.
Someone else has reported that it's by a trusted and proven source. This is from a site called MovieWeb, that it's going to be a Call of Duty movie, and that's in talks, which we've also heard about. So maybe
that's probably I could see that being
that makes more sense,
because he was in Doom also, and that was basically just the same thing with demons. I think I think you know what? Fuck it, just cast David Jaffe.
That would be
get David Jaffe to be Kratos.
I think
put him on stilts.
I think it's kind of shitty that it doesn't seem to be involved. Not that they owe him anything, but yeah. I don't know. I just
basic courtesy of the guy who invented it.
Yeah. I wonder if they've consulted with him or connected with him in any meaningful way, because it's probably shitty to part of the process of creating something for someone else is losing control of it. But he is at the nexus of two massive Sony IP, and for him not to be associated with them in any way anymore, I think is notable and weird. But I think he's just too hot for them to handle, and I'm not trying to be facetious at all. I just think that's always been the case with him. He comes in too hot, and they just don't want to deal with it. All right. Number 2. Now let's get into the state of play news. Finally, 2 hours in. Perhaps the most random announcement in the recent decidedly Japanese-centric state of play stream was the reveal of new Returnal content. This is, of course, not Japanese. That's why it was so weird that it was there. Returnal, of course, was the hardcore third-person shooter from Sony-owned Team Housemarque, released exclusively on PlayStation 5 last year. This new content, entitled Ascension, speaking of God of War, is due out later in March and comes wrapped up in the 3.0 title update for the game. When you download that free update, Ascension's 2 modes will become available. 2-player online co-op, which can be played throughout the entire campaign, and a horde-like mode called the Tower of Sisyphus. The intent of co-op is obvious, according to the PlayStation blog's write-up. Playing with someone else brings another dynamic to the game, and perhaps most importantly, it makes the game easier, which will be welcome news for some. You can even revive a down player. As for the Tower of Sisyphus, Housemarque describes it as effectively our endless mode, in quotes. Players will strive to ascend the tower as high as possible. However, much like the tragic story of Sisyphus, there will be no end to the climb, and players are tragically destined to meet their demise as the mode gets increasingly harder. And thankfully, this mode comes packing something blatantly missing from Returnal, considering it's a Housemarque game, a score, along with a leaderboard. Housemarque, long known for its work as a Sony second-party studio, was acquired by Sony in 2021. They're best known for the likes of Super Stardust, Resogun, and more. Dustin, let's go to you first. I was surprised by this because I don't know if Sony itself said it or if it was just in the rumors, but this was supposed to be a Japanese state of play. I thought they said it. But they did say something like with a special focus on. So they didn't say it was going to be just exclusively that. But the ironic thing was it was exclusively that, with the exception of one game, this one. So it was nice to see. When I saw the PlayStation Studio logo pop up, I was like, oh, I thought maybe it was going to be something from Asobi or I don't know, something else. But it ended up being this. And then when I saw Resogun, I got kind of excited because, or I'm not sorry, Returnal, I got excited because I was like, yes, a full expansion. Yes. Because they were showing so much stuff and story and this and that. But what they've done instead is kind of in the middle, both good and bad. A free update coming in 3.0 later in March. So all this will be free of charge for those who own the game. But it falls short, I think, of what maybe some of us were hoping for, which was maybe just all new content. But an endless mode sounds awesome. And they're embracing their roots with this, which I love too, because what does endless mode have? A score. Finally, let's get into what we play Housemarque games for first and foremost. So what do you think about this announcement?
I love the idea of co-op in this game. I feel like that will be an entirely new dynamic. And maybe Chris, you know, when this got announced, people were like, "Are you going to co-op this game with Chris on Twitch?" And I was like, "Maybe we could do that. That would be a fun.
We should do that. That would be totally fun
for sure."
Yeah.
So we'll definitely do that at when it comes out, which is actually pretty soon.
Yeah, March 22nd, I think, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah,
it's something like that. Later in March 25th, I think it might be.
Yeah, I think this is awesome. This is a great way to breathe new life into a game. And obviously the only barrier to entry is to own the game itself. And I think a few months ago or whatever, I said that at the time I had no plans on returning to Returnal. But something like this actually is really appealing to me just because the ability to pick someone up, it lowers the level of difficulty just a little bit, that maybe this game could have I don't want to say would be more fun, because I had a lot of fun with the level of difficulty. I just don't, it wouldn't be fun for me to subject myself to that again for me. So it's very cool. I'm wondering if a full expansion still is on the table or if this will be it. But either way, I'm excited to see this game get some love in a way that I honestly didn't expect.
What do you make of it, Chris?
Yeah, no, I love it. This is what I asked for initially. This is what, when we were talking about this game, I was like, there should be, God, I would love just a mode in this that's just focused on just combat and that's it. Like I would love a horde mode in this because the combat is so satisfying and so kinetic and so engaging. And it's a very, I mean, I said this when we were talking about it initially, it's a very Doom Eternal game. It's a very push forward combat oriented game. It's that you can't sit still. You have to you really have to push and fight. And manage enemy projectiles and like dodge and weave in between gun. It's super satisfying. So the idea that there's essentially a horde mode in this is super enticing. I already re-downloaded it when I saw this news. I was like, yeah, absolutely, I'm playing this again. And the co-op is just super fun too. Like just the idea of doing that with somebody else. Suffering with company is always more fun. So I think I'm totally in. I'm totally down for this. I didn't necessarily kind care that it wasn't a full-on expansion. The fact that it's free is very nice. It's a very Sucker Punch, Ghost of Tsushima style move, although not, it's not as presumably as robust as the live service full-on multiplayer mode that they put out for Ghost of Tsushima. But I mean, still in the same vein, free new content, new functionality to an old title that makes it a lot more appealing for people who might have been put off by the single player difficulty at the start. I think it's fun. I think it's cool. I'm totally down for this. Really excited to get into Returnal again because it was fun. I just fell off it. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it was an obsession for me, as I'm sure the audience remembers. I was so annoyed that I was bad at it. I was annoyed so badly with this game that I had to see it through, and it was just the RNG that turned me away from platinuming it. So getting something like an endless mode to get me to play it again and kind of rewire myself to understand Returnal again, maybe that will convince me to go back and try to get some of those missing trophies as well. What I like about this most is just the headiness of their approach in solving the difficulty issue, which is like, okay, we'll make it less difficult. You can play with someone else. And that's such a Housemarque move. Because first of all, their games have had co-op in the past, and they've been pretty important in some of those games like Alien Nation and Dead Nation especially. But I think them saying like, we don't want to sacrifice the difficulty of the game, we'll basically let you have someone drag you through the game if necessary, because what can basically happen is that the host sets the precedent. So you can have someone that's just really good at the game and basically just stay with them and get through and get all of the trophies and see whatever you want to see. So I like that they did that. And I think that that's a more thoughtful approach. That's what you get out of Housemarque. I think that's what Housemarque's all about. And so shout out to them, and shout out for the free content. Like you said, I think Sony's getting a little schizophrenic with and I know some people don't like that I use that word. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I don't mean literally schizophrenic, just like I don't mean literally crazy or literally starving, etc. So
yeah,
they're getting a little crazy though with what's free, what isn't, what's got an upgrade path, what can we trick into getting it. It's just like so weird. It's like, just have an approach, for God's sake. Just have an approach and stick with it. But you can't shake your finger at free content. I think the only downside, again, is just saying that I think I would have preferred to pay $19.99 for something new, like really new. And that I don't think is going to happen. We already know, by the way, that they're on to their next game. So, and it's not a sequel. Not a huge surprise there.
Huh.
Okay. This was a weird one. This opened the State of Play. Number 3, PlayStation's most recent State of Play stream opened with what appeared to us all to be Dino Crisis, but which is actually a Capcom developed and published dinosaur hunting game that's called Exoprimal. It's quite literally a shooter in which you're fighting tons of dinosaurs, which are literally falling out of the sky, pouring out of portals and more. Exoprimal's primary mode is called Dino Survival, and Capcom describes it like this in part, quote, "You'll be competing against a rival squad to complete dynamic objectives at times. This means tearing through dinosaurs, while at other times that means transporting cargo or protecting critical points from relentless assaults. You can even receive orders to interfere with the opposing team or take them out directly, so be ready for anything," end quote. To fend off dinosaurs, players will be stored away in an armor like exosuits. By the way, I had to add exosuit and exosuits to my Google dictionary today. With specific roles to play in combat. It sounds like there will be a tank type, range type, and healing type, and teams consist of up to 5 players. It appears to be internally developed and will come to both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 at some point in 2023. As noted, it's surprising that this isn't a Dino Crisis game, the once popular PS1 era survival shooter directed by none other than Shinji Mikami. The PS1 original from 1999 was followed by a sequel also on PS1 in 2000. A third game launched exclusively on the original Xbox in 2003, receiving catastrophic reviews and signaling the end of the series. So when I saw this opening, I said to me, I was like, that's Dino Crisis. When you saw the Capcom, and I was like, that's great. Now, I don't necessarily mind that it's not Dino Crisis, because that doesn't have any real cachet. That would just be kind of a nostalgia play for a few people that remember that series. But Exoprimal is the name of the game. I mean, that's just such a bad name. And I love how funny it is. And I don't know if it's going to be what it's going to try to be. So I'm really interested to see more of this game, because watching the dinosaurs just pour out of that portal, I was fucking hysterical. I was like, this is awesome. This is awesome. Oh, yeah. They're all T-Rexes. It just is totally outrageous. So there's something very appealing about this, but I don't quite know what to make of it. And I don't know what the head feint was with Dino Crisis and all the rest. What do you think of it, Chris?
I just don't know why they would do that. Like, I don't know why they even because Capcom showed up and I was like, okay, interesting. And then the redheaded woman shows up and you're like, oh, it's Dino Crisis.
Exactly.
And then immediately the dinosaurs come in and it's like, oh, it's Dino Crisis. And then it's not. It's just a really confusing, and I get, like, I don't know. Yeah, it wouldn't have been that big of a, like, Dino Crisis as a name doesn't have modern cachet, but at the same time, Exoprimal's a terrible name. And I feel like you're almost better off just like unveiling Dino Crisis as if it's like new and people have never heard of it, almost to reinvigorate that brand, just because it's a better name, you know? And it seems like they're trying to hearken. They obviously knew what they were. I don't see how they could not know what they were doing with this. They're making a dinosaur game with a redhead. Like it's so obviously Dino Crisis. So why not just double down on it? I get it's a nostalgia play, but it's definitely a better fucking name.
Yeah, Dino Crisis is actually, I think, a great name. And
yeah,
now their argument might be like, listen, Dino Crisis was really kind of inspired by Jurassic Park. It's more of a horror game, right? And this is not.
This is more of an arcade.
But you could have still called it Dino Crisis : Exoprimal, because if you're not going to have two dinosaur games, right? You're not going to have another game about dinosaurs now, especially it's not in the 90s anymore. I don't think you can even sustain that kind of thing where dinosaurs were like all the rage for decades. I just don't feel like anyone really gives a fuck about dinosaurs anymore, with the exception of some of these Jurassic Park movies. But
yeah, now that we know they have feathers, it's
that ruined it. Right?
Is gone.
That was
yeah, it really did.
Although
that was the death note.
When I saw Uncharted and I saw the Jurassic Park, I haven't seen any of these new Jurassic Park movies. I haven't seen a Jurassic Park movie since the third one, but they have all these new Jurassic Park movies and they have this new trailer, and lo and behold, all of the characters are back, which I didn't know. I was like, well, that's very appealing to me. Very similar to what I was saying about Dino Crisis. You know, you see Ian Malcolm, or is that his character in Independence Day?
Yeah, no, Ian Malcolm is him
Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park, yeah. Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum, right? He's awesome. Oh, I love Jeff Goldblum. So, yeah, this is a weird one. I think that might be their argument, though, is that this isn't Dino Crisis. And okay, fair enough. But nonetheless, I was laughing at the dinosaurs pouring out of the portal. I thought it was just funny.
It is a hilarious visual just because the sheer amount of them that's just pouring out of that portal and then just presumably falling on the ground and breaking their necks. And like, it is a very funny visual, and it seems funny. It seems tongue in cheek. It seems like campy and ridiculous. But if it's not Dino Crisis and they don't want people to think it's Dino Crisis, then don't fake people out with Dino. Like, you know, the woman at the start was so unnecessary. If that's the vibe that they were going for, was to just kind of distance this from what Dino Crisis was. Because how the fuck? That was your instinct. That was my instinct. That was everybody's instinct. Everybody's writing articles about how, like, why is this not Dino Crisis? And they had to know that would happen. Maybe that's like an idea. Maybe that's like, oh, that's how we get attention to it.
Yeah.
Then it's not Dino Crisis.
I guess so. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, very, very strange. Dustin, I'm curious what your takeaway from this opening for the State of Play stream was.
I think with the Dino Crisis situation, it's kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't, because my guess, I mean, I don't know if this is going to be free to play, but it's so multiplayer action focused that, you know, maybe they initially were like, well, we could label this as a Dino Crisis reboot. And then they realized, like, well, that might be more bad than good, because this is nothing like the original Dino Crisis as far as gameplay. And that would piss people off. Be like, oh, Dino Crisis is now a multiplayer third-person shooter. This isn't my Dino Crisis. So it's like, I don't know. It's kind of somewhere in the middle. But maybe the solution would have been to call it Dino Crisis. What's the name? I've already forgotten it. Exoprimal.
Right.
I hate that name.
Yeah, give it a subtitle or something. Because I do know what you're saying. It's almost like Resident Evil Resistance or whatever the hell, that multiplayer Resident Evil game that they tried to.
Oh, which one? There's so many of those. I was thinking Umbrella Chronicles. Recent. That one was bad too.
It was like the most recent one that they shipped with, or that they were going to ship.
Reverse
8, I think, or Reverse.
That never came out.
No, it didn't.
That's still not out, which is crazy because they sold it as part of the game. Is like, you also get this, so they are like obligated. I don't know if they're obligated to release, but they sold it with that, which is.
But maybe that was a thought process where, like, we don't want to be seen as bastardizing an old property. But I don't know, man.
What do you guys?
You can't convince me that this wasn't supposed to be Dino Crisis at some point,
right? With them leaning so heavily into the multiplayer aspects, talking about, you know, the team where you are trying to compete by doing PvE objectives, and maybe there's some crossover stuff like that. This has a feeling of a live service / potentially free to play game. Do you think that that's possibly what we're looking at here?
Yes, probably. And
100%.
but who knows? By the way, I'm looking. Dino Crisis has an active trademark from Capcom, so it's. I was wondering if maybe that had something to do with it too. Like they had now it was trademarked in the 90s, and there are abandoned trademarks as well. But one of the trademarks is not abandoned, so I don't know that I thought maybe I was looking when you were talking. I was like maybe that's it.
Yeah, maybe they just don't have the
that's not trademark. It. And actually, this is only for a mark. This actually isn't for the trade. So I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with it too. All right, let's move on. Number 4, an out of left field announcement from Sony's recent state of play came in the form of strategy RPG, the DioField Chronicles, which is being published by Square Enix and comes to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 later in 2022. The DioField Chronicles is under development at the Japanese team Landcars, which released the Persona-like JRPG Monarch on PS4 and PS5 just last month. In the past, they've worked on Spike Chunsoft games like the dungeon crawler Zonky Zero, which came to Western PS4s and Vitas in 2019, and the Atlas-published RPG Lost Dimension, which came to Western PS3s and Vitas in 2015. The battle system seems to be what's most interesting here. Square Enix and Landcars are calling it RTTB, or Real-Time Tactical Battle, and it's exactly what it sounds like, an almost grid-like tactic-style game, but approached like an RTS. The game's title comes from the stages in the game, which resemble dioramas, and it appears to be quite deep, with a main campaign and tons of side options to explore. I didn't know what to make of this one, Dustin. I did think of you during it, because I feel like this is a game only you and I would be interested in, not Chris. But
right.
I am turned off by real-time games for the most part in the strategy realm. And I was actually, when they finally showed gameplay, I was like, I audibly was like, because it showed them, like, it was like XCOM-ish almost. That XCOM is obviously not real-time, but it was XCOM where you're like drawing paths and drawing enemies towards it. But then when that's all happening, you're making like real-time decisions. So it's an interesting idea, but the studio making it is not especially well known. And I wasn't particularly blown away by it. I don't know. I was curious what you thought of it.
It was weird when I was streaming this, because there were people in my chat when the trailer started. They're like, "This is the Tactics remake." Oh, Colin must be so excited right now. And then clearly that wasn't what it is. But
yeah, this is way too budget looking to be that. If the fucking Final Fantasy Tactics remake looks like this, save it. Save it. Don't release it. Anyway, go on.
So the weird thing about these tactics games is it's starting to feel like they're leaning too heavily into this one anime style. For like, think about Fire Emblem, think about Triangle Strategy, and now this game. It's kind of like maybe not so much Fire Emblem, but it's like these characters look exactly the same. It's a little too similar for me. I don't know how I feel about it being an active real-time. Let's see, RTTB, real-time tactical battle. I don't know. Part of me, I really like to sit and strategize and think very carefully about my next move in these types of games.
Me too.
So it's possible that I would find that annoying, but if the game is designed around that, then maybe it would be cool. It was a trailer that didn't leave me overly impressed or like turned off completely. Like I'm curious to see more. I think you're right. It looked a little budge in certain areas, but it'll be one that I'll keep an eye on, because I mean these anime games, they're hard to resist.
Yeah, I'll spare you on this one, Chris. I'll see if anything.
Yeah, I had no idea what I was looking at. I thought I was looking at like 40 other games that I saw this in the last like 3 years. I was like, oh, this is Octo Triangle Valkyrie Tales.
Exactly. It's exactly right.
Or whatever the hell.
Number 5. Rumors and trademark filings alike long indicated Square Enix was primed to revive its dormant Valkyrie series of role-playing games, and the final announcement during the recent State of Play stream is confirmation. Publisher Square Enix revealed Valkyrie Elysium, a PlayStation console exclusive primed for launch on PS4 and PS5 later in 2022. It's under development by external Japanese studio Soleil Ltd, or Limited, an obscure team perhaps best known for the Bandai Namco published 2018 anime game Naruto to Boruto Shinobi Striker. The team most recently released an Adult Swim published Samurai Jack game on PS4 in 2020. Elysium is described as an action RPG and brings to bear the Valkyrie game's signature, summons called Einherjar that fight alongside the protagonist. Better yet, on PlayStation 5, the game runs at 4K resolution and 60 frames. The Norse-inspired Valkyrie series has been dormant for well over 10 years, apart from an obscure mobile launch and a little-known DS title. The original Valkyrie profile, developed by Japanese team Tri-Ace and released on Western PS1s in 2000, was actually published by one-time Squaresoft rival Enix before their merger. The game came to PSP in updated Lenneth form in 2006. That was the first PSP game I ever played. That same year, Valkyrie profile got a sequel on PlayStation 2 called Silmeria, which was well received. People are excited about this. I wrote the strategy guide for Valkyrie Profile Lenneth, and that's the first time I played PSP. My roommate had a PSP. I had never actually played it. I was such a DS guy at that time. And as I've said before, I thought that the analog stick was a speaker for like years. So fucking idiot. So this is cool to see this game come back. I had to go read the notes because it was unclear what was coming to everything and what wasn't. The only console exclusive from a third party that was announced during this event was this game, as far as I can tell. And it's cool to see Valkyrie come back. I don't know what kind of resonance it really has anymore, but I'm always going to take more action RPGs. Dustin, I'll go to you again with this one. Are you looking forward to this? Do you have any experience with Valkyrie Profile?
I have no experience with this series. And I was thinking about it because there were people also in my Twitch chat that were saying that they were disappointed that it was moving in a different direction as far as it being an action RPG. But for me, I feel like that's just kind of the way that these really niche RPGs have to come back. They don't, I guess, have to. I mean, they can make a traditional version, but it's going to stay niche probably overall. So this is kind of a way to bring something back and maybe broaden its appeal more to hopefully appeal to a wider audience or something like that. But I liked what I saw from the trailer. It looked cool. I honestly thought that it might have been a Nier game initially just because of the music. But again, it was weird that these trailers were back to back because I felt the exact same way overall where I thought, could be interesting. Could be not so good too. It's kind of hard to say based on those trailers. But I am intrigued nonetheless.
All right. Chris, I'll skip you again.
Yeah, these are two back to back, and I was like, oh my god.
But we'll get you back in with this next one. Number 6. Upcoming PlayStation 5 console exclusive action RPG Forspoken has been delayed. Initially slated for launch on May 24th, the game has been pushed to this fall and will now launch on PS4 and PS5 on October 11th. The game co-written by Uncharted creator Amy Hennig and under development at Square Enix owned AAA studio Luminous Productions, the team behind 2015's long in development Final Fantasy 15. Forspoken is a fluid, action-oriented game starring a female protagonist named Frey. Originally from New York City, Frey finds herself launched into a parallel universe called Athia and will need to find her way back to the real world through the course of the game. Little else is known about it, though it was shown off fairly extensively on the State of Play stream. Leaving May doesn't necessarily benefit Forspoken. That month and leading right into the summer are fairly barren. But it does show that the release is important enough for Square Enix to get it right, particularly on the back of some high-profile financial failures, like Guardians of the Galaxy and the Avengers. Indeed, in the delay announcement, Luminous Productions refers to Forspoken as quote-unquote an exciting new IP, and obviously no AAA publisher has any interest in investing in a one-off. Brandon Lobb wrote into us on Patreon and said, "Hello, Daddy and the boys. Refrain from treating that chicken like a person of importance at Activision treats a female coworker." You can't say things like that, guys. You can't say things like that. What are your opinions on Forspoken now with the delay announced and the gameplay revealed in today's State of Play? Do you think the gameplay might actually surpass the cringy dialogue we've heard it before? And perhaps these months of polishing make the game something to keep an eye on. Could it even hope for a perfect 97? Thanks and continue being the best. Chris, we haven't heard from you for a minute, so let's go to you first on Forspoken. I'm curious what you make of this. Make of this delay and the appearance of the game. Yeah, talk to me.
I think it looks cool. I keep thinking that as I see it, it looks kinetic and fast, and I think it's very stylish the way that the main character moves around. I like that there's like this weird what is it, like an energy surfboard thing that you can use along water. That was new and that was cool. And there was always something about the combat of this game that looked very satisfying. And it was the writing that was really putting me off. And I don't think it's any coincidence that this trailer has very, very little, if any, if no writing. showcased at all. I think it's just interesting that it's because this is being written by a, it's a pretty big deal, the writer of this. So I think it's Amy Hennig,
Yeah,
right?
and it's
Am I remembering that
what's his name? Rogue One guy.
Yeah.
Gary Whitta.
So
Gary Whitta.
it's just interesting to me that that the writing would be perceivably anyway, at least from an outside perspective, not having played through the game and only seeing snippets of marketing materials and trailers and so forth, that it would be almost the weakest part of it, because I do think it looks gorgeous. I think it looks kinetic. I think it looks fast. I think the combat looks really satisfying. Some of the boss encounters that I saw briefly, although the stream was, I noticed for whatever reason this game, and I think it's because it was the most high octane game that we'd seen for a hot minute up until, because I think it was like a bunch of anime like strategy stuff, and then this, the stream started blurring a lot. Like the quality got really bad for me, so I couldn't really make out a lot of what was going on. But it looked like the boss encounters looked fun. I'm interested to see what this hefty delay means for it. Maybe they're tweaking some dialogue, maybe, and because I can't help but feel like they must know that the writing isn't necessarily going over super well, like that, because it's been not just a critique of mine, but I've heard from other people as well that it just seems a little off on that regard. But I'm looking forward to playing this. It looks cool. It reminds me of Control.
Yeah, I can see that.
In the like the telekinetic aspect and like flying around and doing cool shit. And I'm all about that. So
I can see that totally. Dustin Furman, I'm curious what you make of Forspoken, how it looks, what the delay means, etc. We saw it at the State of Play. I must say, I agree with Chris. I think it looks fun. I just can't get past the character. I'm just not into it. I need more than that. I don't want to spend time with a character that I don't see I'm gonna like. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm offbeat.
I really want to like this game. There's a lot of really cool aspects to it. Specifically, it reminds me of like a fantasy Infamous in some ways, in that there was lots of traversal, a lot of cool abilities, stuff like that. And what's weird to me is just that this game clearly comes off as so in anime there's like a subgenre called isekai, which is about someone who is transported to a fantasy world. This is like,
oh my god,
a lot of anime does this, and so what's weird to me is
Sword
that
Art, right, is one of them.
Sword Art, well, people get mad if you say Sword Art because technically they're within a virtual world, not an actual.
Yeah,
someone tried to
was
was very firm with me that Sword Art is not an isekai. The only isekai I've really watched is called Konosuba, which is like a funny anime that's like making fun of isekais, like Fate Zero or something like that. That's another one. There's so many of these. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is just that what's odd to me is that this game feels like a Japanese developer trying to make a more Western appealing Japanese game, but not quite getting the writing right. Like, it reminds me of some of those like more like 360 style Square Enix games where they had like a weird Western flair that they never quite got right. But what doesn't make sense is that they have Westerners writing the game with Amy Hennig and Gary Whitta. So there's still some kind of weird disconnect there. And it's funny, Chris, because you mentioned that this trailer doesn't have any kind of dialogue in it, except for one line. And it's like,
and it's the worst.
Let's finish this. And I'm like,
yeah, exactly. It's the only 100% of the dialogue that was in this trailer, and it's very minimal, is the worst. Like, so it's I don't know, man. It doesn't spell good things for the story. But I've always been a story person, like second to gameplay. So, and I think, like you said, Fantasy Infamous is a great way to describe this. Actually, I was struggling to find a great point of comparison, but I think that's actually like really, really apt. Especially as I'm thinking about it, just like the spells with like the automatic weapon. It's like an Uzi, but it's like just rocks,
right?
That she's like telekinesising off the ground. It's cool, man. It looks like it could be a really fun gameplay experience. But man, the fact that the only line of dialogue in that trailer is the worst thing is just so that's so interesting.
Isn't it just weird though that Amy Hennig is a dialogue master? Think of
maybe
the
it's in the
Uncharted
delivery,
games, and then
maybe?
you think of why can't I remember his name again? Gary Whitta,
Gary Whitta.
Yeah.
great screenwriter. I don't see how you just miss like that. You know, it's a little strange.
Yeah, it could just be the trailers. Like that's always possible because there have been trailers that have made games seem good when they're not. There have been trailers made that have made games seem terrible when they're not. So it's up in the air until we actually play it. But the fact that like every single line of dialogue we've heard so far from this game is just misses the mark in such a uniquely powerful way is just not a great sign for the game, narratively speaking. But I'm looking forward to it regardless, and I think this hefty delay could only mean good things, in my opinion.
Of course, I thought of you when this delay happened because I posted in the Discord. I'm like, they just moved that release date with their freaking mind. Just moving that out.
Did I just move that with my freaking mind?
I can't wait when we play this game at some point. That moment, like no one that listens to this show, you know, however, tens of thousands of people that listen to this show, all of them that play that game, when that line happens, they are all going to think of you saying that.
What if they take it out like they did, like that wizard came from the moon?
Right. Yeah, maybe Destiny they will.
1. That wizard came from the moon.
I've been thinking about Destiny 1 too, because with Peter Dinklage with my Game of Thrones viewing, I'm like, oh yeah, Peter Dinklage was just removed from. I remember playing Destiny and being like, this VO sucks. I remember thinking that, and that stuff usually doesn't stand out to me in Dinklebot. I'll always remember that because he was playing basically. He was just. It literally sounded like they got him into the VO booth and took whatever they can get. That's what it sounded like. He sounded like he was tired.
It's probably what they did, to be quite honest.
Sure.
He's got a much better performance now, even though it is fucking Nolan North, who is in everything.
Not so much anymore, which is nice.
Yeah, good. He's taking a break.
But he isn't. Well, never mind. I don't know. That was a spoiler. Nothing to do it. Okay. Let's see here. Where are we now? Yes. 7. Gotham Knights has a release date. The Batman and DC aligned action game is due for launch on both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on October 25th later this year. The game comes by way of WB Games Montreal, and shockingly, it'll be their first game in about a decade. They're, of course, best known for the late PlayStation 3 release Batman Arkham Origins, which launched in 2013, and somehow they haven't put out a game since. Gotham Knights, which is widely referred to as an action RPG, has 4 characters for players to choose from: Batgirl, Nightwing, Red Hood, and Robin. Batman isn't in the game. Actually, he's dead in the game, as it takes place in a post-Batman Gotham City. We know little else about it, other than that the game is playing second fiddle for most people who are waiting for the Rocksteady-developed Kill the Justice League, a current gen exclusive, coming to PlayStation 5 in 2023. This is an interesting one. Dale Catarascio wrote into us on Patreon about it. He said, hey, Team SS. I don't think you should call us Team SS. Release data alert. Please don't. Gotham Knights is coming on October 25th, 2022. Do you think they dropped that release date in a tweet out of nowhere? Due to the success of the Batman movie? I'm seeing the Batman movie, believe it or not, in theaters. That's back-to-back weeks I'm going to the movies. Seems like a random tweet out of nowhere. Also, how do you all feel about a random tweet on a Wednesday revealing a release date versus a hype trailer with the date at the end of the trailer? I'm not so mad about the way that they revealed it. It did seem strange to reveal it the way they did, but that's the way it goes sometimes. I'm more happy that we have confirmation that this game is finally coming out, because God only knows what WB Games Montreal has been doing for 10 years. So we're going to find out. It'll be about 9 by the time the game comes out, I guess. So, Chris, let's go to you first. Are you excited about Gotham Knights? And did you have any issues with the way that the October 25th release date for PS4 and PS5 was revealed?
No, not really. I think they could have been a little bit more... They could have been a little bit more theatrical about it, but that's not really all that important. The important information is that the information is out, and we know the release date now, and we know when we can mark our calendars for, and we know that it'll probably be delayed because most things do.
Oh, you think so? I think this is going to hit personally.
I mean, I have no reason. Here's the thing. I think it will hit, but at the same time, I have been so conditioned to believe that every release date that we get is fake. Because I don't think there's been a single game that's come out recently. Like even this last, even the entire month of February, Dying Light. I think Dying Light, Sifu, Destiny 2: The Witch Queen, and Elden Ring were all delayed, and I think Horizon also was technically delayed. Although we didn't have a was Horizon delayed or no? I
think Horizon had a date, like a year, and then was announced
for
a date in 2022.
But
Yeah, so every single game that is of note this past month was delayed and had like some kind of official confirmation of before. So my assumption is that's a fun soft release date to have. And I hope they hit it. It'd be cool, but I wouldn't be shocked if they delayed it. But I mean, I am more interested in the Suicide Squad purely because I think it's a more interesting team to me than I'm not really that into the Batman mythos. Like I want to see the new Batman movie. I haven't seen it yet. And I like things like the Batman animated series and little glimpses of things from that IP. But for the most part, DC in general has never really been my thing until I think that new Suicide Squad with James Gunn is so good. And then Peacemaker, that show on HBO Max that follows one of the characters, is also unreasonably good. So I'm just more enamored with that setup, with that group of characters than I am with the Bat family. And also the fact that it's a next gen exclusive has my full attention.
That's a big one for me too.
That's the biggest thing for me. But I mean, if this comes out in October 2022, I'm curious to check it out. I don't have anything necessarily against these games. It doesn't necessarily capture my attention until I play them. I've always liked the Batman games. I've just never anticipated them for whatever reason. It's almost like there's another series that's exactly like that. It's like Gears of War is another one where like I always like them when I play them, but I never care. Leading up, I'm never like, ooh, I can't wait.
Yeah, Gears seems to be on the decline for sure. But I would argue Halo seems to be on the decline as well. So we'll see.
Oh yeah, they're fucking up.
What happens?
I want to do a whole 7-hour documentary about that.
Please do. Dustin, do you have anything to add?
The only thing I want to add is just that I'm a little still skeptical about this game. We haven't seen gameplay since the gameplay reveal months ago, and I just I don't know if this is fair to the game, but I'll voice what I'm thinking anyway. Is that in that gameplay trailer, it showed levels above characters and a lot of like stats and stuff like that. And I can't help but think that that's unnecessary or has the potential to be unnecessary. Think about a game like Wolfenstein Youngblood that added numbers and leveling to a game that did not need it and how that was disastrous. Could they get it right? Possibly. But I'm just really hesitant to get excited about this game because as soon as I saw the levels above characters, I was like, no, that's not what we need from a Batman brawler. But I would love to be wrong.
Dustin,
I just ruined the game for you.
No. You just single-handedly like ruined the rest of my day because I totally forgot that game was real. Yeah. And now it's like vivid in my.
I also couldn't beat Youngblood. I remember getting to the end, and you can't once you're committed to the last boss, you can't leave, or at least you couldn't. Maybe they patched it out.
Yeah.
And I was like underpowered. I was like, well, what the fuck is this shit?
So ridiculous. I'm bleeding like a stuffed pig here, Jess. Jesus Christ.
I forgot about that game. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Ruined.
Let's move on. Number 8. Beleaguered and once beloved Japanese publisher and developer Konami has been quietly returning to form in recent years, largely by way of collections of their classic games. We've seen this with the likes of Castlevania, Contra, and more, and now we're seeing it in perhaps the most unusual compilation we never thought we'd see, but we're thrilled we are, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection, a staggering 13-game assemblage of all of Konami's classic TMNT games from the 8-bit and 16-bit eras. The collection will be natively released on both PS4 and PS5 and is being handled by Digital Eclipse, the small team with expertise in porting old games, having handled the likes of the Mega Man collection for Capcom in recent years. Since TMNT is now owned by Nickelodeon, it's naturally worth noting that Konami is doing this with both their blessing and support, and the compilation includes both single-player-centric and multiplayer-centric Turtle titles. Here's the complete list of 13 games. Now, it's I've played most of these games, and it's noteworthy that some of these are ports of each other, so it's not quite 13. But here are the games. The 1989 original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game. Its 1991 arcade sequel, Turtles in Time. The original 1989 NES Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The 1990 NES port of the 1989 arcade game as TMN2, the arcade game. So there's one overlap. The 1991 NES exclusive release TMNT 3, the Manhattan Project. The 1993 SNES fighting game Tournament Fighters and its Genesis port, along with its 1994 NES port. So that's 3 of the same game. The 1992 SNES game TMNT 4, Turtles in Time. The 1992 Genesis exclusive game, The Hyperstone Heist, which I have never played. That's the one I never played. And finally, The 3 TMNT Game Boy games, 1990's Fall of the Foot Clan, 1991's Back from the Sewers, and 1993's Radical Rescue. Abram Buhner wrote into us and said, hey boys, in a state of play defined by Aldi brand Dino Crisis and Final Fantasy Tactics games, one reveal stood out to me. TMNT, the Cowabunga Collection. For $40, we get 13 whole TMNT games, including Turtles and Time. You might even say it's one shell of a deal. Poor turtle puns aside, it begs the question, where the fuck are my MGS and Silent Hill collections? Konami has no problem making collections for all their other IPs. Perhaps those series are being saved and leveraged as full remakes like the persistent but so far incorrect leaks suggest. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on this matter. This is an interesting situation. Konami, I see you. I see what you're doing. This isn't something you could have done alone. Now, I'm wondering who approached who. My assumption is Konami approached Nickelodeon to do this. We saw Disney do something similar with Capcom with a Saturday afternoon collection with their classic NES games. But otherwise, collections have usually, for these various companies, been locked into various franchises. And TMNT, I mean, so the original NES TMNT is a lot of people don't like that game. I actually love that game, but a lot of people don't.
Hard.
It's hard as fuck.
It's insane. Yeah. I remember playing that.
TMNT 2 on NES is the game that a lot of people remember. That is a port of the arcade classic game, and so on and so forth. So these games were huge when I was a little kid. You guys weren't even around at this time. These games were massive when I was a little kid, and I loved them. I loved playing them. And Konami, I see you. Now, am I curious about what's going on with these other games? Yes, but let's focus first on TMNT itself. Surprising to see this. Awesome to see the Game Boy games. And it continues this slow process of Konami shaking the cobwebs off, as they've been doing for a couple of years. I would argue that it kind of began with that Castlevania Requiem collection that they worked with Sony to get Symphony of the Night and Rondo of Blood to PlayStation 4. But it's gone on to Contra, to others as well. So, Dustin, let's go to you first on this. What do you make of this? Are you a TMNT fan, and what do you make of these games kind of coming out for a whole new generation? A lot of people never played these games.
So, a bit of a short personal story is that growing up, I think maybe I've shared this before on the show. My mom was really, really young when she had me. She was 16. And so I grew up part of my life at my grandma's house, living with my mom. And my mom's brother was just 4 years older than me. So he's technically my Uncle Brian, but he's only 4 years. So we grew up for part of our lives almost like brothers. And we grew up playing Hyperstone Heist on Genesis every day for like probably 2 or 3 years. We played that game religiously. And so seeing this collection and seeing an easy way to play Hyperstone Heist was very, very nostalgic for me, just because I love that game. I've gone back and watched some gameplay, and it's like I can remember eating Giant Eagle brand pizza and cream soda sitting on a CRT that's a foot big, foot wide across. Like it was very, very exciting for me to see this. And it's just cool that this collection is so extensive. I mean, including both the original arcade game and the NES port, all the Game Boy games as well. This really feels like it seems like they're giving Ninja Turtles almost the Mega Man Legacy Collection treatment. I'd love to see what else they're going to include, whether it's like concept art or stuff.
Oh yeah,
like that.
It's going to have all that stuff in it.
Oh well,
yeah.
Dude,
just like because when they said that already, but the Castlevania collection is awesome. With that stuff, they have like literal hand drawings of the maps and all this crazy stuff. Very cool from an archivist point of view. I'm most excited though about just the signs of Konami stirring again. It's just, come on, guys. Like I can't say we. I don't want to talk for everyone. I am pulling for Konami to come back. We need Konami to come back. I think they were such a pillar of my childhood. They're unimaginably irrelevant to games today. It's crazy how that can happen. All of the players from that era are still alive for the most part. I mean, with the part of maybe Midway and Acclaim, and some of these guys are gone, but pretty much everyone is there. And they're absent. Their absence is noted. Chris, I'm curious what you made of the collection's announcement. Very exciting for people. I know this didn't have a Japanese tinge to it, but these are Japanese games. And
of course.
And I'm curious if you are a TMNT fan and if you are familiar with these games, if you want to play them, etc.
Yeah, so I have the NES game still, and I played a shit ton of it, and I didn't even realize how hard it was until I played recently. I remember having no problem when I was younger. I like blasted through that game. I understood everything, and I played it somewhat recently, like, and by recently I mean like in the last like 3 or 4 years, and I just got my ass handed to me. I was like, I don't know how the hell I used to get through this before I understood what.
Well, when your
English
entire
really
life
was.
is studying one game for sometimes weeks or months at a
Yeah.
time, because you have nothing else.
I was
to
very
do.
upset. It was that. It was that Mario 3 and Shadow of the Ninja were just the 3 NES games that I just obsessively played. But I actually didn't like TMNT as a brand. I thought was stupid. I just really liked the game. Like I remember thinking, like as a kid, I was like, I don't like teenagers. Mutants are gross. Ninjas are kind of cool. But like turtles, what the fuck? This is all stupid. So I never got into like, and the movies freaked me out. Also, just that weird animatronic puppet head that they all look like they all look like green, like Nickelodeon slimed Harlequin babies. They're like really freaky looking creatures. But that game was really, really important to me. I played through that a million times, probably just by myself because I loved it. So seeing this collection was really cool, and just seeing how extensive the collection is, including games that kind of overlap, and where you could have easily made the case like at a production level being like, oh, that's kind of redundant, just pick the better one. It's nice to have like access to every version of those games, and just the inclusion of the Game Boy games is really interesting, because I always there are a lot of Game Boy games that I feel would be good if you didn't have to use the stiff ass D-pad from the Game Boy. I don't know what it is about that D-pad. It was infuriating to use. So I feel like even those are going to be interesting. And yeah, just the signs of Konami kind of starting back up again is tantalizing. Specifically, not even necessarily that I feel like we need Konami back, because I don't know if we do. I feel like they were almost the first major publisher to kind of fall deep into the pot of greed that we see a lot of modern publishers and a lot of modern devs kind of dipping their toes into, with microtransactions here, microtransactions here. Here's a
how about
machine.
the Metal Gear Solid 5 prequel game as well?
Oh my god, yeah, dude, Ground Zeroes. That was like
2 hours long.
Yeah, it was like 2 hours. My god. So I don't know. Like, I'm not necessarily keen on. I'm not excited at the thought of Konami coming back necessarily. I'm excited at the thought of their IP no longer being just sort of sealed away, and maybe at the potential of getting some of these greater remakes like Metal Gear Solid, and maybe seeing something even bigger from them in the future. Maybe like a proper remake as opposed to nice little collections. I think it's exciting that that's a possibility. I remain skeptical that might happen. I'm a little concerned, but we'll see. It's good signs.
Yeah, I think so too. And for these Metal Gear and Silent Hill games, I think Metal Gear and Silent Hill, just they're 3D games. It's different to release those again. Note that the Castlevania collections don't have the 3D Castlevania games in them. And now I would love to see those come out. Legacy of Darkness, Castlevania 64, all that shit would be fucking awesome to see those again. I actually think those games are somewhat underrated, but everyone hated Castlevania 64 when it came out, and I was like, there's nothing really wrong with this. It's pretty crude. A lot of N64 games were pretty crude, though. It's not unique to that. But so I think we have to just look at the 3D games as something that similar to what Capcom did, as we've discussed. Resident Evil remake, those games were awesome, all of them. And obviously they first remade Resident Evil a long time ago on GameCube, but they're in that mode now. And so I think you will see Silent Hill remake. I think you will see Metal Gear come out again. And those Blue Point ports of Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 from 10 years ago or so on Vita and PS3 were pretty good. I just don't know if people want to play that shit now. Those games are dated, man, really dated, and it's something to keep an eye out for. But we'll see with MGS, Silent Hill, and of course, I think we'll get new games for some of these too, Castlevania and others. I'm pulling for you, Konami. $40 for this collection, I think, is a totally appropriate price, by the way. Okay. A few more things to get through. I don't think we have to linger on any of these, although we can. Number 9. A trio of games, one already launched and 2 more upcoming, are dealing with their respective DLC with some trusty roadmaps, which we thought we'd share on today's podcast. Let's begin with the game that's out. The Sega-published Ryu Ga Gotoku Yakuza spin-off Lost Judgment launched in 2021 as a sequel to the Yakuza spin-off Judgment. According to a report on the official PlayStation blog, Lost Judgment's DLC called the Kaido Files launches on both PS4 and PS5 on March 28th and focuses on protagonist Takayuki Yagami's sidekick, Maruharu Kaido. Meanwhile, upcoming Gearbox shepherded Borderlands spin-off Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is getting a season pass, which will include 4 content drops, including new bosses, stages, a new class, and more. And finally, and perhaps most interestingly, the long in development Traveler's Tales developed the Lego Star Wars game, the Skywalker Saga, is also getting DLC. That game's season pass, following the core game's launch in April, will include character packs from both the Mandalorian TV show and the solo spin-off film. Rogue One will also receive a character pack, and then there will even be a pack dedicated to classic characters as well, wrapping up with the drop for the Mandalorian's second season. I want to say something really quick about this, and we can move on. I don't know if anyone has anything to add. First of all, I'm really excited about the Skywalker Saga. Pretty soon now, less than a month. I'm definitely going to immerse myself in that. I feel like I want to play a game like that so bad, and I'm ready for it. But Tiny Tina's Wonderlands low-key looks awesome. I gotta say it. I don't know if I'm going to play it. I don't know, but I'm seeing some people say this in corners of the internet, that this game actually looks pretty good. And I'm somewhat optimistic that I think it might be a pleasant game to keep an eye on. I don't know for sure, but
yeah, I think it could be. I think it looks more interesting than Borderlands 3 did, personally. I think they waited too long for Borderlands 3. Like it took a long time for that to materialize, and it sort of felt like when that game came out, it felt like a bit of a response to the fact that Battleborn didn't do well, and like almost like they had to do it. Not that it was bad. I thought it was like a pretty solid game, but it definitely had that air of it's new Borderlands, but it's also not necessarily all that different in any huge way. But this looks, just the setting of it alone makes it inherently a little bit more enticing to me, even though I'm not necessarily that big on the idea of going back to a game like that. It's been piquing my attention a little bit, honestly, just like the enemy design and the World of not World of Warcraft, the Dungeons and Dragons style presentation of it. It looks fun, but I might get to it eventually.
Yeah, I'll see it.
I don't know if it'll be like an immediate.
It's got price drop written all over it, so I don't know if you want to commit. Immediately, but who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
Number 10, Japanese strategy RPG Disgaea 6 finally has a release date on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. It'll launch on both consoles on June 28th. This is notable because for the first time in the core series history, going all the way back to 2003. Disgaea 6 didn't launch on PlayStation platforms at all. Instead, Disgaea 6 premiered on Switch, where it launched roughly a year ago. Developed internally by Nippon Ichi Software, or NIS, Disgaea is the publisher/developer's best-known product. Disgaea, a longtime PlayStation mainstay, has seen 7 core releases spanning from 2006 for the PS2 sequel through to the 5th game, which launched on PlayStation 4 in 2015. In between, the various game launches launched natively on PS3, and there were also ports at various times to both PSP and PS Vita. The series was also once rife with spin-offs, including the 2005 PS2 game Makai Kingdom, the 2008-2010 Prinny PSP games, and others. Dustin, I was curious, we've talked about this in the past, but is this game on your radar at all? Because I feel like I don't know what happened to this series. It was like a game that was amongst us for a long time as RPG fans on PlayStation, and then I feel like they made a very questionable decision to go to Switch, which I think kind of ruined its momentum. But this is still an NIS pillar and is beloved. I actually don't like these games, but I'm curious if you do.
Yeah, I feel like I maybe played a demo of the one. You said they moved to Switch. That's kind of making me remember something of like when the Switch launched. That was one of the early Switch games, and I can't remember if it was a port or
they ported a bunch of Disgaea games, I think, to Switch.
Isn't the thing with these games like the absurd numbers, like the damage levels?
Yeah, the damage levels are like in the billions, and you can stack characters on top of each other on squares. And
right.
It's a very weird. Very weird.
But I don't know. I mean, it's not really on my radar unless like it was to come out and do like insanely well and review very well.
You would know already because it was on Switch. So yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, so yeah, the support. So yeah, I don't know if this one is necessarily my type of game, but interesting nonetheless that they have returned back to PlayStation after defecting to Switch for a bit.
Some weeb you are. Number 11. As you'll likely recall, the famous EVO fighting game tournament is now a PlayStation product, and so it's perhaps noteworthy for this show to talk about the 2022 offering, particularly when it comes to what games are being offered. As revealed by EVO, the 2022 main stage will include the following 9 games: Arc System Works Fighters, Dragon Ball Fighters, Gray and Blue Fantasy Versus, and Guilty Gear Strive, no BlazBlue. Capcom Fighter Street Fighter V, NetherRealm Fighter Mortal Kombat 11, SNK Fighter King of Fighters 15, French Bread Fighter Melty Blood Type Lumina, Bandai Namco Fighter Tekken 7, and Reverge Labs Fighter Skullgirls 2nd Encore. Notably absent, as confirmed weeks ago, is Nintendo Super Smash Bros., which has been a featured EVO game for many years. This is almost certainly due to the conflict of interest Nintendo sees in EVO being a PlayStation event, though that, of course, is speculation. 2022's EVO takes place in Las Vegas in early August and will be the first in-person EVO since before COVID. So this is pretty big news. Of course, I said earlier, and a lot of the audience will already know, I did a very deep dive episode all about fighting games with fighting game expert Vincent Janito, and we talk about most of these games. So go check that out if you'd like on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. And finally, number 12 is a wrap-up. The official PlayStation blog reports sci-fi action horror game Dolmen comes to PS4 and PS5 on May 20th. Website Push Square reports arcade racer Agent Intercept comes to PS4 and PS5 on March 30th, while management game F1 Manager 2022 has been revealed for PS4 and PS5, launching sometime this summer. Website Gamatsu reports side-scrolling shooter Spider Soars comes to PS4 and PS5 sometime this spring. Adventure title Time on Fraga Island comes to PS4 and PS5 sometime this summer. An adventure game Icone Island, an Earthlock adventure, comes to PS4 and PS5 at an unknown point in time. The website also relays word that Slow Clap's popular PlayStation timed exclusive Sifu has officially surpassed 1 million copies sold. And finally, there were 3 more minor announcements during the recent State of Play stream, with the following 3 games en route to PS4 and PS5 later this year. Free-to-play action shooter Gundam Evolution, multiplayer-centric Gaiju game Gigabash, and re-release of the 2013 CyberConnect 2 fighting game JoJo Bizarre's Adventure All-Star Battle, this time with an R staple to the end of the title. I remember that game very well because I bought it when I was in Japan once for coverage at IGN. PS3, of course, was not region locked, and I don't think we ended up doing anything with it. But it's time to get into listener inquiries, of course, and it will tie into what I was just talking about towards the end there. Tradition dictates we end every episode of Sacred Symbols with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Thank you for joining us over there. We have something like, what was it, 12,000 of you over there right now? More than that, 12,600. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. Couldn't do it without you. And by the way, if you listen to us on free feeds, do leave us nice reviews as well. We could use a few of those.
Do it.
Yeah.
Cass Whalen wrote in and said, "Hey boys, do you think PlayStation's State of Play presentation needs a rethink? In my opinion, the game's roundup on Wednesday was poor and the State of Play prior was similar. Both had one exception I can think of, this one being Returnal's co-op mode." I must say that I thought the State of Play was awesome. I was surprised to see that people were down on it. I thought it was tight at less than 25 minutes, I think. They showed a bunch of games, quite a few games from one region. I thought it was exactly what State of Play should be. I don't think every State of Play needs to focus on one game or have only first and second party games. And I think even without Returnal, this would have been a pretty strong showing. I think that this is not a showing that's going to be useful to many PlayStation gamers, but I think it did a pretty good job. I'm curious, Chris, what you thought of, to cast this question here, the State of Play presentation. Does it need a rethink, as is stated?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this on stream a little bit, and I think there's a bit of a problem because I don't know. I was watching it, and I was mostly disinterested in a lot of the things that were shown, aside from the co-op mode. But it wasn't really for me. You know, it was very clearly like not something that Gundam game in particular was very, very weird to see. Like, I don't know, like there's something very bizarre about watching a Gundam put an Uzi up to its eye. And shoot another Gundam. It's just like it feels so.
It's funny as hell because that was the only game Micah watched it with me, and she's like, "Oh, what's this?" Like she was actually intrigued by that, which is
yeah. I mean, like I was intrigued by it too because I like Gundam and I like the style of Gundam and I like, but just the idea, they're robots. Why would a robot have to aim down sights? It's so. I don't know. It's just very bizarre, like things like that, and a lot of free to play stuff, and obviously the Dino Crisis fake out, and a lot of these Japanese RPG stuff that's just not for me. So I was not particularly impressed, but I do think we have this not muscle memory, but I think this mental memory. The mental memory of E3 lingers on, where when there's a showcase of any kind and we're expecting, they're going to show a bunch of new stuff for the games industry, our brains kind of tune into this mode where we expect to be interested or excited or blown away by something. That's not the purpose of these shows, but I think it is the expectation of the format, regardless of how much they've tried to, like, we've had numerous State of Plays by now, but even so, I still think about oh, it's a new event and they're going to be showcasing some new games. Interesting. I think just by the very fact that it's operating under the same rule set that E3 used to operate under, there is this psychological expectation that a lot of us have that it's not going to be what is actually promised to us. It's going to be something bigger, or maybe there's going to be a surprise, And when there isn't, and it ends on, what the hell did it end on? It ended on that Valkyrie game.
Yes, Valkyrie Elysium.
And then they do this post-credit stinger thing where they're like, "Who are you?" And it's some Valkyrie that just walks out of the corner, just like really unceremoniously, and then it ends. It does kind of feel like it goes out with a whimper in comparison to some of those. In comparison to some of the bigger showcases that we're used to seeing and we're used to dedicating time to watching. But I think that's just an industry-wide muscle memory thing that just probably can't be helped. I don't know if you can really satisfy everybody with these state of plays. And it's why I wish we just had E3s back.
Well,
I wish we had that one big show where everybody could just bring something cool. And then like throughout the year, we'd have PlayStation could put out like, hey, here's a tweet about not Dino Crisis, so we're not faked out by it. Or like, hey, here's a post on the PlayStation blog about aim down sights Gundams.
Yeah,
I understand why people were a little bit let down, but at the same time, expectations should be set accordingly that these are never going to be E3 tier style presentations.
Yeah, it's so funny, man. I disagree with you. I just think I like these little one-off every couple months, you never know what you're going to get kind of thing. That's just me though. I have a lot of PS
I like the deep dive ones when they do like, hey, here's a Ghost of Tsushima state of play and it's like 20 minutes deep dive. I love those because those are informative and you're not going to attract any attention that you don't want. Like it's not going to be like, you're not going to be like, oh man, I hope they announce Resident Evil fucking 9 at the Ghost of Tsushima state of play. I just feel like part of me feels like it almost does these other games a disservice to be thrown into a hype reel like this, because I feel like a lot of people might maybe go in with expectations that are completely their fault. to be clear, by the way, that they're going to see something like really, really, really crazy. I don't know why people expect that, but they do. Like people like if you guys were watching the stream with me, like at the same time that I was watching it on PlayStation's YouTube channel, you'll see that the chat was like, "What the fuck is all this?" And it's not that Sony wasn't transparent about what was going to be there. It's that people can't help themselves, but kind of get whisked away at the possibility of like, ooh, I wonder what new things are going to happen. And when it's a bunch of free-to-play games and not Dino Crisis and like I feel like it almost paints the games in a negative light to be in a showcase that's viewed negatively, more so than it would if they were just announced independently on their own from PlayStation's YouTube account or PlayStation's Twitter account, or being like, hey, here's what's that Japanese side scroller black and white?
That's Trek to Yumi.
Trek to Yumi, I think.
Trek to Yumi.
Like that was Trek to Yumi. That was cool. Like I saw that, I was like, that's awesome. That's really neat. Like, because I'm really into that right now, especially with Sifu out. I'm just like super in that mode. But I almost feel like it does a disservice to that game being like thrown in this presentation with like a free-to-play Gundam game, as opposed to just being announced by itself on PlayStation's social media accounts. You know what I mean? Not even necessarily that that's objectively true, but I feel like for a lot of people, that might be the takeaway, where they come away from this presentation being like, I don't know what that was.
What do you think?
Gundam, I guess.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm done.
Yeah, go on.
I feel like Chris is right, but I hate the fact that he is right because I don't want that to be the reality. It's like,
yeah. I don't want to be right. I should be clear.
It's like,
I'm just,
dude, they've been doing state of play since 2019. The first one was in March of 2019. Okay. And the biggest announcement, as far as I can tell, I'm just looking through this IGN list of all the state of plays. The biggest announcement to ever come out of a state of play was Resident Evil 3 Remake. And there's really been nothing bigger than that. And so it's like, what are you really expecting from one of these? The thing is, PlayStation, I think, to their credit, they have a name for their bigger streams. They're called showcases, the PlayStation Showcase. and
Yeah,
state
you're
of play is something different. But Chris, you're still right in the fact that people can't help themselves and get hyped up. And I think PlayStation has done the right moves where it's like they don't, like for example, this one was announced Monday, like early in the week. They didn't do this long lead up time with for people to have a bunch of speculation. It was enough lead up that people could plan on it, but not hopefully long enough that their imaginations run wild, which I think, like you said, Chris, people can't resist. And I don't know. I'm where with Colin in that. Sure, if you don't like Japanese focused games, for the most part, there was not much here for you outside of Returnal and the Ninja Turtles game. It's like,
Yeah.
again, it's a state of play, which should by now, since it's March of 2022, and we've been having these for years now, you should have an expectation that if stuff doesn't appeal to you, it's like, okay, that's fine. It was just a little presentation to show what some partners are working on and a few little updates from a first party team. Cool. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really know what PlayStation does to change the expectation because, like you said, it just
it's not even really their fault. It's literally just people, because I saw some ridiculous speculation on Twitter before the state of play was going to go. Like I saw some stuff about God of War. Yeah, Bloodborne. I'm like, guys, I'm thinking to myself, like, I didn't engage with any of it, but I remember just thinking to myself, like, these guys are going to be really disappointed. Like, because this is just not what that's for, man. Like, maybe, like, I thought maybe there was a possibility that maybe we would see something from, like, the biggest thing that I was thinking was maybe, what is it? Asobi. Maybe. But even that was like a far cry. Like, I wasn't expecting that at all. So, I don't know. I just feel like it's just this industry-wide problem where just maybe people just don't understand Sony's messaging, even though it's clear, or what. But people just have these ridiculous expectations for these state of plays, and every time I stream one of these things, or every time I watch some of these things, like sometimes I come away and it's like, oh, it's a good showcase, or maybe it's like I think about like, oh, maybe I'm not really that interested in anything for this particular one. But every time I go online, regardless of how good I thought the showcase was or how bad I thought the showcase was, and there are people being like, what the hell was that? Like that wasn't even, they didn't even show God of War again or whatever. And it's like, I don't know I don't know how to fix that. And I just want to make it clear that I'm speaking purely as like in the context of this is how the world sees this, because you look at the chat on stream and it's just L, and I'm like, why? What are you watching this for? I don't know.
Well, I think you're in the majority. So, Chris,
I'm sorry.
We'll see what happens with the future of E3 and the future of game shows generally. I still think PlayStation, it's been so long since PlayStation has had something truly exciting of their own. I do agree with that. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Chase Williams wrote in and said, hello, unholy icons. Will subscription services like Spartacus and Game Pass introduce the long-awaited store curation we desire? For years, Colin has mourned the lack of curation in online stores, and we have all nodded our head in agreement that the relaxed standards have created an ecosystem full of shovelware that makes it difficult to discover quality. The process for a developer to get their game onto a service must come with quality checks that validate the transfer of cash from platform holder to studios and publishers. Will we come to view these services as the curation mechanism for what the platform holders consider quality? If so, do you foster disappointment that, in the end, the price for the selection is a monthly fee? Very well said. And I've said before that I think the answer might be yes, because in some way, Apple is the first one to do a curation service for... Apple Arcade is a curation service, first and foremost. I know people that work over there. I've known people that have worked on it for many years over on Apple's Games Initiative, and that is the intent. And I like that for phones, but I don't like it for games. And there were two things I was looking up that I wanted to make sure I had ready to go about why I feel this way. One is from Genova Chen, who worked on Journey in that game company, of course, and still is around. And then something from Yacht Club as well. Because the answer is, well, do we need some sort of store curation? And the answer is yes. But my argument would be that what we need, again, are shepherds and stewards at the top of these companies, the top of the platform holders that understand that less is more. And I want to present that with two different examples. Number one, in an interview that was done with Genova Chen on gamesindustry.biz, he talks about games as art. And here's what he said. Quote, "Our mission is to elevate games as a legitimate form of art. Animated feature films have had genre-defining moments with Snow White and Toy Story, and we will continue working towards this moment in the gaming world. On the other hand, video games are farther away from being respected as an art form by the mainstream. From 2014 until now is what I call the great dilution for the games industry. Thanks to the social and mobile game expansion, we see a 10 times growth in the total population of people who have access to gaming content, but the majority of the new games came out of mobile and social platforms focused on pure growth rather than respect. While more high-quality artistic games are made year after year, this dilution drastically shifted the public impression on the gaming industry. I judge whether video games are a respectful artistic medium by watching people's responses after I tell them I make video games. I expect when video games are indeed legitimate art, the reaction wouldn't stray too far from what you would get if you were a writer, choreographer, architect, or filmmaker. In 2005, people told me, oh, you guys ruined our kids by making them addicted and violent. Today, mainstream society still views games as mostly serving the role of babysitters, a stress relief, or an addiction. Terms like spiritual opium and virtual gambling were used by various governments last year. When I told someone outside of gaming I make video games, he responded, oh, I heard gaming is big money. How much money do you make? How many overtimes do you have to work? End quote. That's really well said. And let's not underestimate Genova Chen. He's one of the greatest gaming visionaries ever and made one of the most important PlayStation games of all time in Journey. And the amount of respect that he is trying to show, he's right. I read something this week. I don't know who it was from. It was from someone in the games industry. And he said that there are more than 50 games coming to Switch this week. 50. Who does that serve? Now, I want to give you guys another example of something, and I love that Yacht Club Games, my buddies over there, do this. Yacht Club Games has a tradition of releasing their numbers to the absolute penny. They'll tell you how much money the game cost to make. They'll tell you how many copies the game sold on every platform. They've been doing it since Shovel Knight, and they did it again. And they did it for games that they didn't make. So they did it for Pocket Dungeon, which has been out for 2 months, and they did it for Cyber Shadow, which are two games that they didn't internally make. They published them both. These are real games, good games, okay, that deserve your attention and your time. Pocket Dungeon sold 35,000 copies in 2 months. That's it. 35,000. And Cyber Shadow, which is immaculate, 85,000. What an insult. What a fucking insult that Cyber Shadow didn't even breach 100,000 players. Now, on one hand, it shows you the illustration of what I say all the time. There are games on PSN or on Switch, like probably 48 of the 50 games that are coming out on Switch that will sell literally like 5 copies. You know, maybe not literally, maybe like 100. And it goes to show how lucky we are at Lilymo, my studio, because we sell 10 or 15,000 copies of our games. That's big time on PSN and Xbox, where you have all of this competition. And so I wanted to use these two examples, one from Genova Chen, who made an early PSN hit that was only available digitally, and then breakdowns from a publisher that still supports digital platforms pretty much exclusively. The going is bad. And that's because there are too many games. And so to answer Chase's question, although I haven't done it succinctly, yes, Spartacus and Game Pass have the potential to be a way to find games, but I would argue that Game Pass isn't doing a good job of that so far. Because for all of the games that it introduces to people, it also has just trash on it regularly. And that's where I think that kind of, as far as I understand, differentiates it from Apple Arcade, which I think is much more quality oriented as opposed to volume oriented. So my answer to this is yes, Chase, and I think it's a very thoughtful question. Dustin, I'll throw it over to you. What do you make of this idea? First of all, are we in need of curation? And did my examples resonate with you? And do you think Spartacus and or Game Pass could be a kind of that could be like a backdoor way? Like he says, he puts it very well. The price for this selection is a monthly fee. And that sucks, but that might be the reality. In other words, what games are good? Oh, we'll tell you if you pay us. That's a problem. But anyway.
Yeah, I think that curation is definitely important just because I like to go and just see what the new releases are on PlayStation. And there's some weird shit in there. There's this one developer that I think, I don't want to be down on this guy, because he's just doing his thing. But there's a guy who Kyle Bossman highlighted in a video that releases a new game every week for like $1 or $2. And they're strange. I don't know. I don't want to speak to their
Aren't
quality,
they like Christian too? Those games?
Yeah, they have like a weird like universe behind them.
What the hell?
It's weird.
They have easy
And
trophies. I know those games. I know what you're talking about.
when I see that, I'm
Excuse me.
like, surely the barrier to entry needs to be higher. What does that mean, though? Colin, you've discussed the idea of a team at PlayStation that does this curation. Maybe that's a solution. Maybe, and I don't know if I like this idea, but it is an idea. The price to entry is much higher. So you can't just be shitting out games onto the store over and over. Like there's an actual investment that needs to take place in order to avoid these quick platinum games that just come out. Platinum as in trophies, not the actual team.
We'll get to them.
You know, yeah. So I don't know what the answer is, but when someone like me who likes to go and maybe find a hidden gem, it gets more and more annoying when there's just stuff that no one wants to play in these servers. No one wants to, like, I don't want to say no one, because there's always like, ooh, this game sold 10 copies or 15 copies or maybe even 100, but still in the context of the PlayStation Store, it's like, come on. There's other opportunities for those games to be released online, maybe not on a console platform or whatever, but they can release on PC on their own websites or whatever. What's that? There's that website, itch.io. Is that what it's called? That anyone can release their game, something like that. And if maybe something is successful there and takes off, then sure, bring it to consoles. But I do agree. Now, as far as Spartacus being the answer, I think that would help maybe solve some of the problem. Like there's no, I don't know the Game Pass catalog extensively, but all of the games are on there are of some level of quality, that they are actual games and not just a game where you tap the screen in order to get a platinum, right?
Yeah, you're not gonna get cookie clicker on,
right? So
or anything like that.
So there's something to that. But I don't know. Like if I think about Game Pass, there's some games on there. It's like, this is clearly a filler game. That's not like, oh, every game that we have on here is a guarantee of like, this is great. I mean, I guess, I don't know. It's hard because it gets into a subjective nature. Some games, the worst game on Game Pass still probably appeals to somebody.
Right, but I this is where I think that having this council, I love this idea. Spend $1 million or $1.5 million a year, hire 10 people, pay them each like $125,000 a year, and their entire job is to just look at the games that are coming through, and they all sit together and they just vote. And the answer should just be like, does this meet some sort of, we are experts, whoever they are, we're experts. I'm an expert at video games, no doubt. And if they put the games in front of me, it's like, does this meet some sort of objective quality standard for PlayStation? It's not people used to have a problem with me saying this, because the argument for some people is if a game exists, it should be on PlayStation, or it has a right to be on PlayStation. And I'm like, I don't think so. I think there are multiple. First of all, even getting a dev kit requires you to go through some hoops, but that should just be the first hoop you have to go through. And no offense to that guy, but those games don't belong on PlayStation Network. They're just maybe phone games or something like that, but they're not PlayStation Network games. And Sony should have the wherewithal to say, like, it's worth it for us to say no. In fact, it behooves us to say no, to say, I don't want to go back to the days, Chris, where I remember the days very well, where there might be like 3 PSN games a month, or you might go weeks without anything. I don't want to go back to those days, those 2009, 2008, 2010. But it's 50 games on Switch. That's so unfair. I'm sorry, but that's unfair to people that make games. Yeah. It's totally fucked.
The Switch's storefront in particular is really egregious. Like sometimes I'll go on there and I'll just out of curiosity, I'll update the store and then I'll go in and there'll be like newest releases, and it's stuff I can't remember things right on like verbatim, but it's stuff like I don't even know, like computer speaker simulator or like or like Febreze.com or like just some weird like random shit that like doesn't even seem like it could be an app on something. And it is very just bizarre that there's just no curation of any kind over there. Like on PlayStation and Xbox, I find the situation to be a lot more manageable. It's not nearly as like, Switch is a no man's land. Like God bless you if you're able to traverse the Switch's storefront and find anything of interest, because it is on another level of bad in comparison to other storefronts that I've used. But curation would be ideal, and the idea that every game has a right to exist on PlayStation is ridiculous, because first of all, PlayStation decides what goes on their platform. Like it's just like just objectively
right. So
incorrect
decide, like decide.
Yeah. So
make
exactly.
a decision.
I think that was one of the early convenient points of consoles, specifically opposed to PC, was that it was so difficult to get a game on a console that you knew that it had to be of some. I mean, there were some that would slip through the cracks, like, on PlayStation 2, you had a bunch of like Snow White and the 7 Clever Boys or whatever, and you'd be like, what the fuck? What is this? And why is it a certified Sony game on PlayStation 2? But I feel like, but now it's like you've got 4,000 of those.
Yeah, I don't not even sure, honestly, what, like, we released Twin Breaker and some of the trophies were broken and we didn't know. We realized after the game was already on the store, but before it was launched. So we fixed it in a patch. But it's like, well, what is even going on over there? I want someone to repel us and say, like, I don't think our games are anywhere near the bar of not being on there. Our games are fucking way better than most of what's on PSN. And the new game is going to blow you guys away, I think.
But just to know that there's somebody there who is in place to say, like, hey, does this work?
Exactly. Like, exactly. Or to say, like, oh, this is cool. We care and we want to help. And Sony having a reputation for just putting up, again, and this goes into what Dustin was saying, like, what is the subjective line? I don't know. But just saying, like, you're not going to find this bullshit. And we know exactly what we're talking about. Like, this bullshit's not going to be on PSN. And I just think that that's worth the investment. There are so many people that would do that job well. And by democratizing it and making it a vote between them where they just have to get together. Imagine if you're just like, here's a pile of games for you to play on your debug kit this week. On Friday, we meet and we just have quick conversation and vote about each of these games. And I think 90% of these games will probably be like automatic, yes, yeah, blah, blah, blah. But let's have a conversation about it and figure out and justify, is this $5 shit game that's going to sell 50 copies, therefore grossing Sony $150 from their 30%? Is it really worth it even being there? Why is that such a bad question to ask? I don't know. I think our games have justified their being there by selling 10, 15,000 copies. But it's so sad seeing Cyber Shadow selling so few copies and seeing Dungeon, a Shovel Knight spinoff rather, selling so few copies. So anyway, Chase, it's a good question. Something that we have to continue to watch. The answer is probably, to some degree, yes. Ray Hernandez wrote in. Said, hi guys, big fan of the show, and thank you for being the distraction we sometimes need to get us through the day. Thank you. While I prefer to lurk, I had to write in to get your take on this Tom Holland and Neil Druckmann interview no one seems to be talking about. I love the Uncharted spoiler cast, but you mentioned Tom Holland's terrible take on the role in an earlier interview. Around the time of the movie's release, a creator-to-creator interview was released, which also included Ruben Fleischer, the director, and Azad Kizilbash, the head of PlayStation Productions. Here, Tom Holland expressed his appreciation for the franchise and discussed how his love for the game transferred to the movie. Do you guys believe he is being genuine, or does he deserve an Oscar nomination for his role as the executive producer on the film? I am surprised this interview has gone under the radar, as it was plastered all over the PS Store, at least on my end. Oddly enough, the full video was posted only on the Sony YouTube channel. This may explain why it went under the radar. Thanks for the content. They kept trying to make me watch it on PS5 on the splash screen, and I didn't watch it. I didn't care. But I will say that, and this is what I want to ask, and we'll go to you first with this, Dustin. As I understand it, Tom Holland became familiar with Uncharted on the set of Spider-Man because there was a PlayStation 4 in his trailer, and they gave him the game, and they gave him all the games, and he fell in love with them, and that's kind of where the embryonic kind of thing began. That's fine. Why did they seem to go almost out of their way to not make the connection to his love of the game or games? And why did he seem to sandbag it in his own interviews. That GQ interview can't be read as anything more than sandbagging the film. And I wonder what his thought process was. I think he had because they sat on the movie for so long, which ended up working out for them. I think he had so much time to think about it. And I just don't know how, in my opinion, they miscalibrated what they had with what they could have offered and done more to help the film. So I'm just curious about your overall thoughts on Ray's comments and what you think about the kind of disconnect between what he was even saying about the character and the way he came out. I thought he was more Nathan Drake than he gave himself credit for in some way. What do you think?
So as far as him like playing the Uncharted games, I don't know. I'm a bit skeptical just because I did see there's this that YouTuber Jacksepticeye has a video called Playing Uncharted with Tom Holland where you can watch him play Uncharted, and it's not too convincing is all I'll say. I don't know. Maybe he played them on easy mode or something, but
show us the trophies, Tom.
There's the videos them doing the scene where they're driving through like the marketplace in Uncharted 4, and there's just it looks like he's never played a game in his life before. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to be too judgmental.
It's pretty easy to tell that stuff. I mean, it's easy to tell. So that's an interesting insight.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's in some way, maybe I feel like I can relate to Tom Holland in a very small way that maybe he just wasn't so confident in his role because it was maybe something slightly different for him and he didn't necessarily know how he did. And ultimately it was good, but he felt like he needed to protect himself out of his lack of confidence. I do this all the time where it's like, I don't know if something I'm doing is good. And then it's like, yeah, duh, it was fine. Like it was great. It's like, okay, well, I felt the need to hedge the expectation just because of my own lack of confidence. And maybe that was the situation with him. Either way, it's still not a good marketing move for the movie. It wouldn't be something I would suggest doing when there's millions of dollars on the line. But yeah, I mean, overall, I didn't see this interview. I'd like to check it out though, just because the fact that Neil's on it would make it interesting.
I think it's from the same video where everyone was pointing out that Neil's hat said The Last of Us Part 1, which seems to indicate that they're going to rename the remake The Last of Us Part 1.
Yeah. Interesting.
Chris, what do you have to make? Did you see the film? You weren't on our spoiler cast. Okay, so
I did.
What do you make of this idea that there seems to be some sort of disconnect with Sony not really quite understanding that they might have had something better than they thought, but that Tom Holland, nonetheless, I think clearly went out of his way to sandbag it and set low expectations, which might have actually been a really interesting gambit, which worked. But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I think, I don't know, man, because I wasn't on the spoiler cast because I just fucked my sleep schedule up too bad. But I mean, I watched it and it was definitely a movie. You know, it was fine. Like it was whatever. Like it's a Ruben Fleischer movie. I've never been a fan of the way he directs. It's very flat the way he directs things. But like the last half was fun and ridiculous. But I think as far as Tom Holland's approach to things, I just found I'm trying to word this in a way that like makes sense. I feel like I don't believe that he's played through Uncharted. I'll put it that way. Like I don't believe that he's played, because there are some people. There are a lot of actors, by the way, who are younger, who are like maybe mid-20s now, or like late 20s now, who have definitely existed around the time of like the 360 PS3, like PS2, like who have been Timothy Chalamet gives like interviews all the time about like Dune and like all the stuff he's doing, and he's just talking about games that he's playing, and I believe it 100% because he's just like he's whipping out terminology and shit. It's like there's no way that you can't fake that. And I think Tom Holland's a little bit faking, and I think that's fine. It's a movie, it's business, whatever. He's an actor. He's literally paid to pretend. Right.
True enough.
It's part of it, like whatever. But I don't know if like does he deserve an Oscar or not?
I think he's saying for faking, because he says it's not great written, but he's saying, do you believe he's being genuine, or does he deserve an Oscar nomination for not being genuine but coming off as genuine?
Right. And I don't think it's super genuine. I'm sure he's played Uncharted, but like I don't know if he's beaten it. I don't know if he necessarily loves it as much as he
says he does, and that's fine. Whatever. He's an actor. Like they're supposed to say what they're supposed to say. I've learned to just not take the words of actors super seriously if they're giving interviews, because the very nature of a press tour is that you're supposed to be almost unreasonably positive. I thought the fact that he was sandbagging his own performance a little bit was interesting. Maybe just I could believe that he grew more familiar with Uncharted after he did the movie and thought, maybe that's not exactly what I did. Because honestly, he is playing just like an adult Spider-Man in that movie. Like in my opinion, like even just the way he fights, it's like, wow, you're really flawless in the way you're doing all this.
Yeah, and
you're not stumbling at all
either in the entire.
Yeah, he didn't execute a small country's worth of civilians. So, like, I don't know, not a great Nathan Drake, but I don't know.
Here's the thing is that, and I mean, I'm dead serious about this stuff, although I wouldn't expect him to show us the receipts, but this is why trophies are great. Trophies don't lie. Tom, if you have a PSN account and you played Uncharted, then it will show the exact timestamp of when you played it, which should be during the production of Spider-Man. And some people might say, like, oh, that's not the way. I'm like, no, that's the way people play video games. Is they have a PSN name and they sign into it and they play video games on them. So Tom, show us the receipts. Sony's going to go into the PSN and hack the trophies to give him like. He's going to have like 14 platinum trophies.
Yeah, and they're all going to be unlocked at the same minute on the same like day. It's like, wow, he's so good. I think. Did you guys ever see that video? This is off topic. Did you guys ever see that video of Timothée Chalamet, like when he's a little kid? It's like an old video of him selling custom controllers.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah, YouTube. He had a YouTube channel, right, or whatever. Yeah. That's good shit. That's funny as hell.
It's awesome.
He's playing Willy Wonka, right, in the new one. Yeah. I think so. I can believe that.
Which makes sense.
I don't mind. I mean, I prefer they don't do that, but if they're going to, that's fine. But okay. Yo Zoe Caesar wrote in and said, "Hey Slitterheeds, did you know Babylon's Fall is out now? Did anyone know? Apparently not, because it peaked at under 650 concurrent players at launch on Steam. Was anyone excited for this? Who is this game for? How long before Square Enix says this underperformed? On a serious note, how badly do you guys think this massive flop will affect Platinum? Will they financially be okay, or are they going to have to re-enter the licensed game market to recover?" There's a lot here to get into. So first of all, yes, Babylon's Fall is out. It peaked at under 700 on Steam. It's entirely possible this game has sold fewer than 5,000 copies, I think, which is fucking crazy. It's only available on PS4, PS5, and PC, so it can't go on anywhere else anywhere.
Oh my God.
Here's the thing. I wonder this a lot, and I actually said this on the mailbag episode of Sacred Symbols Plus, but we can get into it with all of us now, is this game had to be greenlit. Didn't just come out of nowhere. And I don't understand how this game got through so many goalies on the way to production. Nonetheless, the way it was produced. It looks like shit. It's so generic and boring and bland looking. The combat looks rote and boring. There are a million games that play like that are better, that have fan bases already. It's another example of a publisher taking a studio and trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. Platinum Games can barely sustain its own single player production at a high quality. For every great game it releases a complete dud. And you want to take them and put them in the games as a service market? The fuck? This is what's so confusing about it, is not that it's bad, not that it doesn't do well, because I could have told you that, and I did tell you that the second it was announced that game was going to fail. But that it got through everyone. This game cost, it's not a huge game, but tens of millions of dollars they're going to lose on this game. No doubt. And they're going to have to cut bait quick. If your player base is in the hundreds, you might as well stop. And so I'm annoyed for Square Enix, and I'm annoyed by Square Enix because they don't know what they're doing with these games. For all of the great decisions they make, they can't help but shoot themselves in the foot with something like this. I find that very strange. And on the other hand, Platinum Games is in a lot of trouble. And it shouldn't be. I said that I connected the dots. It wasn't that obvious. A blind person could have done it. They started talking last month about reviving Scalebound. They started talking last month about being purchased by an outside suitor. They're in trouble. They know it. They knew. They're not stupid. So Babylon's Fall to me is infuriating because I almost want to play it. I mean, that's I didn't do it with Metal Gear Survive, but it was the same thing. I bought it where I was like, maybe I need to actually play this. And I just can't bring myself to do it because it is so brown and so boring looking that I just can't. This makes Anthem look like the most beautiful work of art in the MFA. Chris, Babylon's Fall, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think the writing was pretty clearly on the walls with this one. You don't talk about like, oh, wait, we should revive Scalebound. We're open to it. Come on, Microsoft. Come on, please.
Yeah,
for the love of God.
Because they realize that they need a fan base behind them to say it. Because who knows? Because Microsoft knows the state the game was in.
Yeah. No, exactly. I think, I don't know, man. I think Platinum is a really hit and miss studio. Sometimes they really, really nail it. And sometimes they really make something super special and really cool. And then other times you get something like this, or maybe even something like Scalebound, which even, like, obviously none of us have played Scalebound, but I remember seeing the trailers for it and thinking like, this isn't really, for me personally, it wasn't. And I like Platinum games, but I remember looking at it being like, this is not necessarily for me, whatever's happening here. And sure enough, Microsoft agreed and they shut it down. So there must have been something wrong with it that was beyond just, a random YouTuber's opinion of it. So I just feel like they're in a really weird spot right now. And Babylon's Fall, man, like from the second we saw the trailer for it, we all were like, this is not what we want. This is not what anybody wants out of Platinum. I don't know what they want out of themselves, but I can't imagine that
how did this not get canceled?
It really is wild that it made it through all the phases of production without somebody being like, hey, what are we doing? Because it does look brown and it does look boring and it looks grayer than fucking Gears of War, dude. Like, and that game is supposed to be gray.
Yeah, I read that the art style is supposed to be an oil painting. But it's not, it doesn't come off that way.
It's like a fucking oil spill. It's such an ugly mess. I don't know, like, because there are games that pull that, like Okami obviously had the watercolor thing.
It's the same guys, by the way. I mean, it's the same studio. The guys that left,
that's true.
That left Capcom are the guys that did Okami, have founded Platinum.
Well, I don't know I don't know if they were trying to recapture that, but like oil paintings also require color, dude. Like, I don't know. There's more to it than just the presentation. Obviously, like, it doesn't look as fast and kinetic as some of Platinum's other releases. It looks stilted and heavy and janky, and
the quest structure is supposed to be granted bad as well.
Yeah, well, look, we can't speak to it objectively, or well, obviously we couldn't because it's all subjective anyway. But we couldn't speak to it super accurately because none of us have played this thing. I'm almost curious too, Colin. Like, I'm actually like kind of like. Maybe I should jump into this.
That's the thing, is like there's something about it.
Just to see it it beckons in a really sad way. Like, come over here. See what the fuck is wrong with me. Because I'm sure it's interesting. And I bet there'd be a lot to talk about.
So PSN Profiles isn't everybody. It's just people that opt in. But it has on PS5 228 owners and on PS4 63 owners.
Fuck.
To put that in the context,
that's confirmed digital?
That's just people that have registered on PSN Profiles.
Okay. That's still pretty not
awful. I mean, to put it here, I'll look at the popular games right now. Let me see.
I would be surprised if it's over 5,000.
Yeah, it's ordered latest. Yeah, even just ordering these games in the latest, like you see games like in the hundreds and thousands regularly on here. It's just WWE 2K22, for instance, which I don't think is even out, has more owners than Babylon's Fall. So just people in the pre-release are playing.
Oh man, it's a bad. Yeah, so
it's bad. It's a bad sign. It's a very bad sign. But there's something so haunting about it, where like a game as a service that's dead from the get-go is so haunting. There's something emotional and sad about that to me. But Dustin, here's my take on Platinum. And I know you have a soft spot for Platinum, and I do too. They made Nier Automata, which you love, and they made Vanquish, which I love. This studio is overrated and at the very least massively inconsistent. imagine the way we would look at Naughty Dog if between Uncharted 3 and The Last of Us, they released Knack. And that's basically what Platinum does. Yeah, oh yeah, that we released Nier Automata. We also did Star Fox Zero. Oh yeah, we did Astral Chain. We also did that TMNT game with Activision. Oh yeah, we did Mad World, but we also did that Transformers game. It's like, what the fuck is going on over there? I don't understand how you can be so inconsistent. And it's not inconsistent in terms of like we make 7s and 8s. It's like you make 9s and 4s. And I don't understand how that's possible. How did you make a bad Star Fox game? That's still one of the great mysteries of all time, is how that happened. I don't understand how this studio that once gave us Mad World and Vanquish and all of this Bayonetta and all of this stylish shit made Babylon's Fall. And I understand they wanted the financial security of a popular game as a service. You have to earn that. And it's way harder to do than what you were doing before. I think Platinum is, I don't want to say irreparably damaged their reputation. My argument is that they haven't ever really had much of a reputation beyond the glowing praise that they get from individual games that is always ruined by the next game. I don't understand it. It's a ping pong table.
Yeah, I feel like too something important to note is the fact that Bayonetta 3 has been quietly chugging along in, I don't want to say development hell, because it was
announced 4 years ago.
Yeah, so it's in some form of development hell or purgatory or whatever. So yeah, there's clearly some kind of major mismanagement. I don't know as far as a financial situation. Clearly they know they're in trouble, like you guys mentioned. One thing that I also do want to shout out is that, man, they had the balls to make a digital deluxe edition of Babylon's Fall for $100. And so, I mean, okay, this is a funny correction, but it actually kind of makes it worse. That peak player count of 600-ish was the early access for the $100 version. So you're like, okay, well, maybe that makes some sense. But when they actually released the game, the player count was 1,166. So it's a correction, but it doesn't really matter, because even when it was its actual release,
not good.
And that's according to Steam charts, of course.
Right, but Steam charts also had, so this is literally the case then, that 850 people were playing Elden Ring for every one person that was playing Babylon's Fall at their peaks.
Yeah.
850 to 1.
It's
and
crazy.
One of those games requires player count to survive, and the other one doesn't. So, and I'm looking at their releases. It's just like all over the place. You had Mad World and Bayonetta, Vanquish. Then Anarchy Reigns, which was another game I bought in Japan when I was there once. That was a weird brawler that didn't do very well. Then they had Metal Gear Revengeance. All right. Wonderful 101. I think that game got a lot of love because it was a Wii U game more than anything else. Bayonetta 2. All right. Then The Legend of Korra was bad. Transformers Devastation, bad. Star Fox Zero.
I like that game.
Oh, Transformers was the good one, right?
Yeah.
Star Fox Zero, bad. TMNT, bad. Nier Automata, good. Astral Chain, good. Now here's where things get weird. They released remember they brought Wonderful 101 to PS4 in 2020 by kickstarting it. Then they released that game Soul Cresta, which I think just came out. That has been long in development, which is like a shmup. Then Babylon's Fall, Bayonetta 3, and then they have that game Project GG that no one really knows anything about. We'll probably never see the light of day. Here's the thing. The studio was founded by Shinji Mikami and Hideki Kamiya, among others. Obviously, we know Mikami is gone. He's been gone for a long time. He went to Tango Gameworks and founded that. I think it's time for Kamiya and these other guys, Minami and others, to go back to Capcom. Reunite with the IP and don't worry about this shit anymore. You know, like, let them pay you lots of money. You don't have Sega to feed off of anymore. Nintendo, I imagine, is maybe not pleased with the delay of Bayonetta 3. Who knows? But maybe we're reading into it too much. I just think that they're being, especially for a Japanese entity, which are very closed off and mysterious, the fact that they were going around saying, oh yeah, we want to bring Scalebound back. Oh yeah, we're open to being bought. Like, who talks like that?
It's very unusual. There's a weird development hell thing happening at Nintendo in general, like with Metroid Prime and
Retro.
And Bayonetta 3. It's like there's a weird thing. There's weird stuff going on behind the scenes over at Nintendo that I think is kind of like,
I think people don't talk about because Kirby ate a car.
Kirby did eat a car. Although I will say that it's their problem. I think Nintendo's problem is actually not a good problem to have, but it's an understandable problem, which is I think that they hit such a caliber of quality so often that it's very difficult for them to release subsequent games that don't hit that level of quality. I feel like you need to have that Nintendo quality every so often, or Nintendo isn't Nintendo anymore. And I think sometimes it benefits the game and sometimes it benefits the hardware. Like I said, I don't think the Wonderful 101 was a very special game. I think the reason people cared about the Wonderful 101 was because it was a platinum Wii U game. And
yeah. And the Wii U had, I think, maybe 8 games.
Total. It had that game with the Zombie U, with the guy that was dressed as the British soldier on it, but he was a zombie.
Yeah. Didn't they port that to PlayStation and it just be called like
zombie with an eye? Yeah. That's right. Good memory. All right. Gary Huss wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, why does Square Enix make such weird decisions? They always have. They have to know that everyone wants the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters on console. They announced a new Valkyrie game, but it's almost impossible to play Valkyrie Profile 1 and 2 without emulating them. They were never available digitally on PSN. They're releasing Chrono Cross on modern consoles before Chrono Trigger. I see in them a resurgence, but man, weird decisions." Here's the thing I want to say about this and why I wanted to talk about this. That is weird and annoying in and of itself. But here's what annoys me the most. Mike has been playing Triangle Strategy, which looks awesome. And she's really enjoying it. And I look at these games and I'm like, why won't you bring these games to PlayStation? Why is Switch getting all the good stuff from Square Enix that I want to play, right? Like the Triangle Strategies and the Octopath Travelers and the rest and so on. What I'm so fascinated by with Square Enix is not the games they release or don't release, but who they choose to work with and why. They have a very loose series of connections with everyone, and that's good. But it just so happens that the dice rolls aren't coming up in my favor on PlayStation. And I think that's like sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. I think the high quality, like the highest quality 2.5D or whatever they're calling that, 2D HD, whatever they say, it's not 2.5, but 2D HD. That stuff seems to be mostly locked to Switch. And when it came off of Switch, it went to Xbox. See, that was the weird thing that I couldn't believe with Octopath Traveler. I'm like, what? When I said it before, but when that game was leaked on Game Pass, I'm like, oh, awesome. It's obviously coming to PlayStation that same week. And it's not. Yet we get Valkyrie Elysium as a PlayStation exclusive. And so on and so forth. Anyway, I don't know. Dustin, it seems like you have something to say.
I just want to. You said that the dice isn't rolling in your favor, but you are getting Final Fantasy 16 exclusive. You got Final Fantasy 7 Remake exclusive.
No, I know that. I should. You're right, but I'm trying to separate PlayStation fandom from my personal stuff. Like I want the Pixel remasters. I would have taken the Pixel remasters over Final Fantasy 16 any day of the week.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say 16, maybe 7 Remake I would have taken over that. But I understand what you're saying, but I mean more of these peripheral games that seem to come to one platform or the other. You're right about the big AAA stuff.
I mainly wanted to clarify just to save you from people that were going to be.
You're right.
What?
You're absolutely right.
You know?
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Yeah, Square Enix, I think that one thing that we have to keep in mind with them is that they are, and I'm not saying this is an excuse, but maybe just try to explain it, is that they are a weird company in that they have a huge following worldwide, but I think that a lot of the decisions they make are still very Japanese focused. Specifically with the Pixel remasters, making those available for phones and PC, especially phone, I think is what makes sense. They're thinking about the Japanese audience that plays a shit ton of games on their phone. But it's weird because they are much more appealing to a Western market or involved in a Western global market than many other Japanese teams. And yet they can't seem to get that full global mindset that would assumingly make them a ton of money as far as releasing the Pixel remasters on consoles, as far as doing the Chrono Cross, like showing some love to their older games, stuff like that. Their focus on the Japanese market is maybe to their benefit in some ways, in that they've kind of gotten away from, like I said earlier, the Western focused Japanese games. But it also hurts them at the same time, I think.
Yeah, well said. I thank you for the clarification, but I also just feel like, yeah, they are risk averse. I think that's what I read into Square Enix, is that they don't like risk. And they're willing to say like, oh yeah, Final Fantasy can be a PlayStation exclusive. You pay for the marketing, right? And that's like, okay, now we don't have to worry about that. And then they just know that, and this is, I think, a bad thing ultimately, is that they know that they have Game Pass and Spartacus soon to save their games. Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy did bad? Oh yeah, we'll sell it to Game Pass for $20 million. Oh, this game undersold? Yeah, we'll just put it on Spartacus or whatever it's called. I think that they play that game pretty obviously. I'm just so confused about why, when it comes to the older school stuff, like that really appealing stuff that's on Switch, that Nintendo is going so uncontested. Why isn't PlayStation going like, we want this shit too? Right? Like, this is good stuff. And I think Square would go to your point, Dustin, well, you guys have Final Fantasy 16, so why don't you shut the fuck up? But I'm making an argument from a more retro perspective.
Right.
I don't know. We'll see. Chris, you have anything to add to this before we move on?
Oh, no, I don't know much. I have no idea what the hell I'm talking about when it comes to these.
Well, let's go to Wet Willie then, who has the final question. He says, hey, CDC. Michael Pachter recently spoke about the future of PlayStation and made the following statement, quote, I think PlayStation is doomed, and I think they are going to cease to exist as we know them in about 10 years. They can't compete. They have no chance of competing, end quote. My question is, what in the hell is he talking about? This seems like a wildly outlandish thing to say, akin to his prediction that consoles wouldn't exist back in 2009. But I wanted to hear Sacred Symbol's take before I wrote this off completely. Okay, so thank you for writing in, Wet Willie. Michael Pachter, for people that don't know, is a renowned and long-serving industry analyst. He works at an investor in an investment firm called Wedbush, right? Analysts or whatever they're called. And he makes predictions, and he does so professionally because it's guidance for his investors and for his portfolios that people invest in. So the thing about Pachter that I think is weird is that he's saying this stuff and it actually has a lot of financial power. But he is wrong a lot. And he was wrong about consoles back in the day. I do remember that. And that was when a lot of people were saying that. So I don't want to stick that on him. But I do think a lot of it came from the respect people had for him. And I think that was kind of the beginning of the end of that for him. But he's still around. He still does his show. And I don't know what the hell he's talking about either. I was talking about this with some people. Chris, we'll go to you first. I was talking about this on Discord with some folks. And I had mentioned, even if you have to assume a lot of stuff to understand that PlayStation will be out in 10 years. That includes that they would be out of hardware, which is believable. Maybe that would be possible. But PlayStation 5 has 5 or 6 years in it, at least. So you would have to assume that this fall happened pretty quick. It would also assume that they somehow liquidated all of their IP and don't have anything to have a subscription service or anything. And what I said was, I think PlayStation's ultimate, and I'll say 10, 15, 20 years, their ultimate fate is becoming a subscription service, I think. And I was saying that in a world of subscription services, your Peacocks and your Netflixes and whatever in that world, I think they will become the HBO Max of that world. A little bit more expensive, a little bit higher quality, more seldom releases, all of that kind of stuff. I believe that. But them not existing and them being in trouble, doomed, PlayStation is arguably the most famous gaming brand in the world. I don't know. I don't understand this. Do you?
No, I think it's wildly off base and confusing. I think the idea, it's like the idea that they'll cease to exist as we know them. I think that might be accurate, because I do think it's possible, like you said, like a transition to an exclusive subscription service would be PlayStation ceasing to exist as we know them. That would be an accurate way of describing that, if a bit hyperbolic. But the idea that, I don't know, like I heard some other things that, like, I think I watched the full clip where there's more that he says that's like, really, it just comes across as really out of touch. Like the idea that they would just be gone outright is just insane. And I just that they can't compete and that they have no chance of competing. I don't know what he's referencing.
Subscriptions, I think, but
like,
I don't understand how he can think that Sony doesn't have massive leverage in subscriptions just based on their IP.
I could see the conversation going like, yeah, Microsoft is so ahead of the game in this realm, where I could see them having a really, really tough time competing. But the reality of the situation is PlayStation has a lot of valuable IP. PlayStation has a lot of valuable games, and people look to PlayStation for quality.
They're loyal to the brand too. I think people are very loyal to PlayStation.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, I could see very well, like it is very possible that Sony never quite catches up to Game Pass. but I also think it won't matter in the same way that it matters to Xbox that they reach a certain threshold. Because if Sony is still selling millions of copies of games at $70, you know, and then they have like the subscription service on top of that, and they have like, you know, love it or hate it, these microtransactions in Gran Turismo, and not to mention all of these like brand deals outside of like transmedia stuff, like Uncharted in movie form, and The Last of Us on HBO, and all these like lucrative external deals. Like they'll be fine. Like, yeah, they're not going to have the more popular subscription service. I think that's true. I think Game Pass, there's no way. Like I don't think Sony is a big enough company to compete with Microsoft on that front, and I don't think that they're trying to go that direction necessarily anyway. But that isn't to say that they're going to have a worse product or that they're going to be dead because of it. Like, there are plenty of services that are out right now that you're like, what the fuck? Like, I'm looking at Peacock and I'm looking at Peacock and Paramount Plus in particular and being like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, they seem clearly like they're just like the weirdos off on this, like in some random loft apartment across the street from everybody else who's actually successful and doing well for themselves. Like, it seems like there's no way that Spartacus or whatever this ends up being called, because I don't think it's going to be called Spartacus, ends up being the Paramount Plus of this situation. Like, I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting concept to imagine an evolving PlayStation, but I agree with you. I think this is just totally out of pocket. I wonder what you think, Dustin, about what Michael Pachter had to say.
I like Michael Pachter. Just I feel thinking about him just because I used to watch his show in high school when it was on Game Trailers, and I feel like some of my industry interest comes from watching his show. But I do think that this sounds a little outlandish. I'd love to. I'm gonna have to watch the full clip because I don't really feel comfortable speaking too much on his take without hearing the full context. Part of me wonders if he says they're going to cease to exist as we know them. Cease to exist. Okay, never mind. I was going to try to give him some room here, but cease to exist means completely gone. So, yeah, it sounds pretty outlandish to me. But I'm curious about what if his elaboration on with no chance of competing, if he goes into that further, because that sounds a little weird. Obviously, PlayStation isn't going to be the same in 10 years. Xbox won't be the same in 10 years, and maybe totally different. I mean, think about Xbox 10 years ago today to now is totally different. But ceasing to exist, that seems little too far.
Yeah, I agree. But we'll see how that all pans out, but I don't understand his train of thought there at all. But I do think Microsoft has something very powerful. We've talked about it ad nauseum. Game Pass is no doubt the value proposition that everyone's going to chase, but Sony isn't doing it from square one. They have the most powerful thing, which is good content. But we'll see. I think that might become less as volume becomes more, and we'll track that. Anyway, that's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols of PlayStation podcast. 4 hours or so. That was enjoyable. Chris, do you have any closing comments?
I'm just happy that Bungie is a part of the conversation Sony-wise, because I feel extra knowledgeable now on the show. Whereas, like, before I was like, I know a lot about this studio that has no relevance.
Well, now they have great relevance.
Now
to
it
us.
does.
Indeed. Dustin, closing thoughts.
First thing, just because I know someone already wrote a comment. Apparently, the MLB is back on.
Oh yeah, I saw that too. I meant to say
during the show.
Yep.
Go delete your comment. If you already posted it, I want you to delete it right now. If I find it, I'm gonna flag it and get you banned from whatever platform.
Yeah,
I will make it happen.
Yeah.
Second, shout out to that JoJo fighting game that you put very last, Colin, on the wrap up. Maybe a little disrespectful, maybe not. Maybe it doesn't deserve it.
It's
I
a
don't
9-year-old
know. Either
game.
way,
It's just a port. Yeah.
Listen, I am now a fighting game aficionado with the re-release of this JoJo game. I will check it out. I'm kind of excited for it. I have no idea if it's good, but it's cool that it's coming. And that's it.
I'm sorry I disrespected it.
It's okay. Maybe it deserves it.
Oh no, it's supposed to be pretty good. But
okay.
Shout out to that Gundam game, that Uzi wielding
Gundam Evolution
game.
Coming later in 2022. There will be a network test as well. So
yeah,
we'll announce that when it comes out. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Thank you all for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols and Last Stand Media. Support us on Patreon, patreon.com/LastStandMedia. Come see us live for Sacred Symbols 200 in Richmond, tinyurl.com/sacred200 for tickets. And leave us nice reviews on podcast services as well. We'll see you next time for Sacred Symbols Plus, Knockback, and Defining Duke. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.